Boomsha. New bonus content is out, friends. Boom, 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 boom. Pin. Ah, crap. I totally forgot to post on me story. Not that it matters, but, you know, maybe it matters. That one person who donates $1 trillion will now know. All right. How you guys doing? We're back again. New fucking bonus content is out. Market's crashing. Is it actually? Can you elaborate? The Hootie Patootie, thank you for 49 months. Nice to not be working, be able to chill with everyone. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for almost 50 months. Will market crash again? Question mark. Stock market crash today after budget 2026 speech when blah, 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 blah. Is the third historic stock market crash imminent under President Donald Trump? I guess we'll see. But you know what that means. Buy, buy, buy. Buy, 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 right guys? When the market crashes, you buy the dip. You always buy the dip. And then you go up, 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 up. And then you go down, 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 down. And then you go up, 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 up. And down, 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 down. Had a yard sale today, and my friend who's like family, my brother, I only see once or twice a year. He's from Mississippi. I'm in Cali. He stored by that sale today. Totally. He stopped by your sale. That's nice. Good to see him. Always a pleasant surprise. He dipped Copenhagen long cut straight. I hear tobacco can give you irritation in the mouth, and then if that happens long enough, you could potentially develop cancerous cells in the mouth that could eventually affect you in such a way that you have to lose part of your jaw, and then you die, and you have to basically be like a zombie for the rest of your life. That doesn't sound nice. Hey Sean, hey everybody. Are we going to see that Funhouse? Going to see that Funhouse Vegas? Oh yeah, I didn't expect that comment to get that many likes on Instagram. I don't know, him saying like, this seems like a fun trend that people will do to make their living in their house fun. And I was just like, what the fuck is he talking? Like, I'm like, literally every aspect of his house is like some weird fucking labyrinth of doors and silly gadgets that not a single, like what trend? Everybody's like, guys, I built nets. I built a series of tubes and nets in my home. It's like, I think that would actually genuinely negatively affect your like equity on your home. You get ass cancer if you chew tobacco. I mean, that makes sense because most cancers, you don't even realize it, start within the gut because that's where most of the damage is like initially done. So if you're just like constantly sucking down irritation fluids of tobacco, you know, it's just that repetitious process till eventually your immune system can't stop the cancer cells anymore. Ready for Super Bowl Sunday? Yeah, I guess so. You guys got your predictions in? I'm thinking it's going to be the Seattle Seahawks, 33-30. This is a very important Masonic year. Bad Bunny's going to come out with his mangina And it's going to be so cool. He's literally just going to be naked up there with Jeffrey Epstein. Allison, thank you for the 51 months. Joel, I haven't been in live in ages. Hope you're doing well. And always remember, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Thank you, Allison. You guys have been around for the long haul. But I hope you've been able to check out the bonus content. It's a paranormal, action-packed World War I alternative history story. Very similar to Wolfenstein, the video game. I don't even know who's playing the Super Bowl. I don't watch football. It's all good. It's just, I don't know. It's especially bad lately. Like, I used to make fun of it because it was just like sports ball. I mean, I loved it, but at the same time, I was just like, freaking sports ball. And then I got really into it again. But then at the end of it, but then more recently, I'm just like, because of all the betting and all the money that's made from it, I just don't trust any of the major sports leagues anymore. It just seems like it's all rigged. And if it's all rigged, what's the goddamn point? I could not stop laughing at your last live. I was at work and literally had to stop myself from laughing out loud. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad I can make you giggle. Right-hand man, Gina. Christine Baker, welcome back for 16 months. Thank you for the 2 nights of live streams. Appreciate your hard work for all of us. No worries. Yeah, hopefully it wasn't too many notifications, but, you know, it is what it is. Can't hang around here to support the best narrator worldwide. Keep thumbs up going, guys. I wolf you, Joel. Wolf you too, lady. Thank you. You didn't know I still made videos? Yep, we're still going at it. Doing it till I die, I guess. I just know you from 2 sentence horror story stuff. Yeah, that was kind of a one-off success, which did, I'm sure, draw in quite a few viewers, but, you know, doing animations is kind of like a little bit impossible. Which could stay maybe back in a couple hours if still going. Hey, no worries. I used to watch football until I dated a 49er back in the day. That kind of ruined it for me. You dated a 49er? Who did you date? You don't have to say if you don't want to. I feel like that'd be kind of tough dating a football player since they're always like on the move, you know? And unless you're like married, it's like how you gonna really commit to the whole thing. I just saw the other Lily video and saw that you were live. Oh, nice, no worries. Good to see you. Yeah, basically during the live streams I'm just recording. I'll switch to something more spooky and we're gonna be recording some winter camping stories for tomorrow's video. Hope your gym is doing good. Yeah, we're in a good spot, you know. Really just, am I eating apple? No, it's berries. Mixed berries in a plastic container. Figured I would shove something into my mouth today. The day went by so damn fast, it's crazy. And then I finished that edit on the bonus content and went right to the live stream. Literal hamster mail. When did I open my gym? It was like 2 years ago or more with my friend. And it's been like a miserable experience. But then I got someone else to come in and kind of turn it around, and we're actually in a good spot now, so. Just a word of advice. Just because someone doesn't have anything to lose doesn't mean they're going to try very hard. This guy, or no, because they have everything to gain is what I meant to say. If they got nothing to lose, that's even worse, which is, yeah. This guy with the 5 says, late night stream, very cool cat. Very nice, thank you, good to see you. Thank you for the 5, always appreciate you. Joel, before I go, you need to have a look at Neptune and Aries as your star sign, Gemini. This speaks mostly about your communication with others and how you'll be changing your situation. Dialogue. I'll be choosing a new dialogue tree. Adding another point into persuasion, you say? Let's see. I don't even know who to ask about that. How am I supposed to just go outside and look up at the sky? What is the information about Neptune in Aries for Gemini signage? Boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba bum, ba bum, bum. Alright, let's see. Neptune's in Aries. The big theme. Neptune equals dreams, illusions, spirituality, ideals, confusion. Aries equals action, identity, courage, impulse, self-assertion. When Neptune moves through Aries, the collective vibe is idealism about identity and independence, spiritualizing action, conflict, or leadership, people chasing a vision of who they are, sometimes heroically, sometimes delusionally. Fog around aggression. Is it righteous, impulsive, inspired? Think, who am I really? Meets act now. What that means for Gemini. For Gemini, Neptune in Aries typically activates themes around social identity, goals, and mental direction rather than raw ego battles. You may feel pulled toward reinventing your public image, chasing an idealized version of success, new ambitions that feel exciting but slightly unreal. What to watch for, overpromising, believing in a future plan that sounds great but lacks structure. Inspired communication but fuzzy boundaries. Gemini thrives on ideas and Neptune adds poetic speech, symbolic thinking, big sweeping narratives. This is great for storytelling, media, teaching, writing, and speaking about ideals, but be careful about talking yourself into things, others projecting meaning onto your words that you didn't intend. New friend groups, new ideologies. Neptune and Aries can bring idealized communities, movements that feel urgent and right. And for Gemini, you may drift between groups, feeling spiritually or intellectually called to causes, later realizing you probably shouldn't have joined that terrorist group ISIS. Aw, come on. Yo. Alright. Let's get to reading. I'm sick of these breakbeats. Too loud. Too frickin' loud. Anyways, guys, once again, new bonus content is out for you. What's up, Hazel? Good to see you. That feels like loud for some reason, but I guess it is what it is. Wart. Alright, guys. Once again, like I said, we got 3 winter camping stories we'll pop off with here. Gonna be sick nasty. And typical Virgo, welcome back for 8 months. Aren't you a Taurus? Here you read. That is cool. Can't stay long. I just wanted to say hello, Joel. No, I was born in June. Tell a horrible story. Alright, coming right up. Horrible, nasty, terrible story. This one's about a little man known as Jeffrey Einstein. And Epstein's monster. Just over 2 years ago now, I got a call from an old friend's wife. I thought I'd be her and my old roommate, Luke. What did it say? I thought I'd be her and my old mate, Luke, passing on some... I thought I'd be her and my old friend Luke passing on some belated... Oh, maybe... It'd be. I want to feel scared. Is everyone here prepared to move to Argentina? Are you guys in the northern hemisphere prepared to move down to Argentina? Anybody live down there now? Seems like none of Epstein's buddies are going to be prosecuted. Yeah, that looks like it is the case, huh? Isn't that kind of strange? Like, what's the deal with that? Oh, the reason we're moving down to Argentina is hypothetically, there's a World War III, right? Between the West, Asia, and Europe, and the Middle East, right? So that's all northern hemisphere. And then when the nukes go off, what happens? It's, a bunch of radiation gets pulled by the jet streams and the winds, right? So that radiation, even though the nuke went off like 200 miles from you, It gets pulled downwind and it fucks up your water source and hits you with radiation, pretty far away. But if you move down to Argentina, you don't got to worry about all that. You'll be good, dude. Maybe that or Australia. Yeah, or maybe head towards the light and start anew. Seeing all the new files, it's so disgusting as fuck. No one is being charged. Like, what the fuck? Well, yeah, it's weird because it's like the power structure that released it supposedly have been sitting on that amount of information for what? Over the course of 38 years, since like 1998 to 2018 or something, you know what I mean? So it's just like, when you release information like that, and in many ways like at a limited capacity, so you only really get like shock and awe of like a few different bits and pieces, but never like the true meat of things, it sort of like confuses the population, makes them lose faith in the system, riles them up and all that kind of stuff. But guess what it doesn't do? It never interferes with the current plans that have yet to take place. So if there are current plans that still have to pan out, right? It's like expecting the devil to put the devil in jail. Like, you just, you know what I mean? You can't. It's like, oh, we looked into ourselves and we saw no wrongdoing. Or in this case, we release just enough information so you feel like slightly placated. Nobody, types in like release the files anymore. And then everybody just gets distracted long enough that, the IDF joins ICE and kills citizens and it escalates. You know what I mean? It's just God wins. Yeah, at the end of the day, I guess as like an individualized citizen, what's the only thing you can really do? You can either survive, right, and kind of play along with the process and just, kind of like how you've been doing most of your life anyways, right? But fortunate enough that you don't have to actually deal with any real chaos or anything of that nature. Or I guess you can kind of like when, death eventually does make it to your door, you can face it valiantly, even if it might not be pretty. I don't know. There's a lot of scenarios to consider and like how quickly things can turn to chaos. I thought it'd be her and my old friend Luke passing on some belated Christmas wishes, as I hadn't seen either of them over the festive period. It marked the first time in almost 20 years that I hadn't seen him during that time, but for that, there was a very reasonable explanation. The week before Christmas, Luke's mom had suddenly passed away. He and his family were devastated, so instead of doing the usual and spending every spare moment down at the pub, he very understandably wanted to have a quiet Christmas. The funeral had been small, a family affair, and so when the name of Luke's wife popped up on my phone, I was excited to hear from her and my old friend. But as it turned out, Luke wasn't there, and in fact, he'd gone missing. Sarah said it wasn't so much Luke's absence that worried her, it was that it was what? What? Hey Jamie, good to see you. Hope you're doing good too. Giant ants just crawling over the South Pole. What's my favorite movie? I honestly do think, one of my favorite movies is still Ghost in the Shell. 1995. Subsequently my favorite anime. I mean, oh man, it's tough. Lord of the Rings is great. It's just very relaxing. You can fall asleep to it. Saving Private Ryan is like oddly inspiring, even if like going to die in a war is not very valiant in my mind, but there is a degree of camaraderie in there and like emotion that you just don't really see anymore in movies. Cloud Atlas, The Fountain, just a lot of like classics, My heart is very heavy tonight, running into my old friend, knowing that was all the time I had until seeing him another 1 to 2 years. Hacksaw Ridge. I honestly don't remember Hacksaw Ridge that much to make an assessment on it. I heard it was good, though, as far as war movies go. I don't know, the more I think about war movies, the more it just makes me sick. You know what I mean? Especially whenever you sit there and kind of like observe those things related to the Epstein files, and you kind of just start to come into the interpretation that there really is no left, there really is no right. Everybody's like blackmailed from like some top-down financial cabal of just elitist weirdos. And, you know, the idea that someone has to go overseas or fight in their own land and just like watch their brothers and sisters be obliterated, and somehow it's like, you know, when a mass shooting happens in like a square, everyone will sit there and mourn and say how incredibly terrible it is, which is true. But for some reason, when that happens daily in a war, if not like times 10 on a daily, it's just a statistic that you just like block out in your mind as just an inevitability between humans. And it makes us, I don't know, it's just so sickening to think about. Like, that's because people don't come out the other end and they pat you on the back like it's you've done a good job. Like, people come out the other end of war and the threat of death and the loss of friends and all those sort of like compartmentalized experiences as a soldier. You can't sleep, right? You can't sleep. You have terrible nightmares if you do. Nonstop, like, you know, fight or flight mode anxiety, shell shock bullshit. You fucking, you know, I don't know. You just like you're constantly in just like a state of panic, and of which people eventually can work through to some degree. But it's just like there's nothing, like when I see them, it's like, you know, what is, like, it's almost disrespectful to sit there and like salute them, because all I can really see is like somebody who's like borderline a victim. I don't know. I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, but it's so sad. I hope everyone's doing okay. It feels like a heavy season for a lot of people. My family's feeling it, but spring is coming. This is true. What are your thoughts on the giant flamboyant gay ninja ants colonizing the South Pole? I've not heard of those, honestly. What is it? The Bill of Rights is not being upheld. Yeah, it seems like its pieces of paper are not very good shields against bullets. The justification for it was carrying, it means it cannot carry, which is an infringement of a second. Yeah, and that's the scary thing, is like these kinds of things most likely, you know, like right now, like that's why I kind of like, you know, that guy that did the looking into of like the fraud in like Minnesota, like that might be true, the amount of fraud that was occurring there, but at the same time, like I've said, it seems like it's just like a pretense to bring about and justify the expansion of like federal powers into the states, right? Of which is going to cause like domestic conflict, and it's just going to escalate from there. And so, yeah, I don't know. And now he's going over to do it in California, and it's like, yeah, the fraud is there, but it just makes me worried how far it can go, because you can imagine there's a lot of people who are calling for, like, you know, Trump to send the fucking National Guard, or, you know what I mean, like send even further federal enforcement to those areas, which is at that point is not even going to be related to, like, you know, removing any sort of illegal immigrant or anything. It's going to be literally enforcing its citizens through violence and force, of which can continue to escalate, especially if the governors don't cooperate and the mayors and all that kind of stuff. And then what happens? Like, it just keeps escalating in violence on the, you know, federal side until eventually we have states like seceding and a borderline civil war. You know what I mean? Like, it's terrifying how quickly these things can get out of hand. And it makes you realize just how incredibly fragile nations truly are. We are dead. We might be. Sarah said it wasn't so much Luke's absence that worried her. It was what he'd said before he left. He was still grieving, so the idea of him needing some time alone was understandable, but when Sarah said he mentioned something about talking to an angel, my jaw dropped. Sarah asked where he was going and why, and Luke only told her, "You wouldn't understand," or "You wouldn't believe me." Sarah then said she wouldn't let him leave until he told her where he was going, and when Luke replied, "To talk to an angel," she was too stunned to stop him as he shoved his way past her with a bag full of supplies and some spare clothes. When she asked if I knew what that meant, I said yes, that I did, and that while I couldn't promise anything, I had a pretty good idea where I could find him, and not only would I tell her where that was, I'd do one better. I'd drive all the way up to Scotland, and I'd bring Luke home myself. Sarah was worried. Yeah, political polarization. I mean, dude, it just sucks. It's like it all stems from narratives, right? Stemming from narratives, because it's like the government can get away with a lot of things, but it really comes down to what like the public perceives, said actions as being. Because like peace is maintained for as long as it can be, even whenever there's like tremendous amounts of human rights being stomped on, But then, as soon as it comes down to sort of what I perceive to be occurring as like a controlled self-destruction, that's whenever you start to kind of like ponder what's going on and how far they can push things, or at least make you believe that things will be pushed, and then justifying their escalation solely based on the perceived narrative from the population. So, I don't know, man. And it's tough because it's like that left versus right mentality continues to create the pendulum swing back and forth of escalating force. And it didn't take long, did it? It really did not take that long to divide a nation to the point where they perceive what's happening to them as organic. But I believe that it's, especially going back to just analyzing where we're at right now, it definitively seems like it's a coordination of these sort of events, both from left, right, and media all working together. And it's not good. Sarah was worried Luke had gone insane, and while I didn't know if that was the case, I knew that if we got the police involved, Luke might end up getting into some serious trouble. Now, we didn't want him locked in a cell or doing 30 days in a mental health unit if all he needed was just a nice hug. And if he needed serious treatment, then sure, we could go down that road if we needed to. But both me and Sarah agreed that the best thing to do was to find him before he got himself into trouble. And not just the legal kind either. More like trouble from the weather. Sarah noticed how Luke was packing some camping gear into his car before he left. Another thing which frightened her, because where was he planning on camping in the middle of bloody winter? She had no idea, but I did. Like I said, Scotland. And before that 20 years... Do you think the divide was orchestrated during the 1960s as well, or was that genuinely organic? I mean, I've heard some people say that JFK was one of our last, organic presidents, in the sense that he was trying to, prevent certain nations from, maintaining their ability to have nuclear weapons and all that kind of stuff. But I honestly would not be surprised if some of these, sort of divisionary plans, conflicts, all that kind of stuff genuinely stem back more than 2 centuries, if not longer. Because sometimes, as you go back to, the 1800s, 1860s, 1850s, everything starts to become a little bit blurry, you know what I mean, as far as, understanding where things stem from, or having family members that can kind of, contemplate how things have transpired and the narratives that you were fed. But I genuinely would not be surprised if the majority of like conflicts in many ways are not in some ways orchestrated, especially from the financial end, for the sole purpose of like sort of order out of chaos and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, just be nice to each other in chat if you can. I mean, just try to have a conversation and don't argue too hard. How do you say this one, though? Escher. Earthworms with some tahini. More than 20 years before, when myself, Luke, and two friends of ours were all either 21 and 22, we went on a camping trip to Ayrshire. Now, we drove out to a place called Loch Braden. Let me make sure I'm saying that right. Pardon-moi. Bratton. Loch Braden. We drove out to a place called Loch Braden, set up a campsite near the loch's edge, and then spent a few days roasting some chestnut. We drove out to a place called Loch Braden, set up a campsite near the loch's edge, and then spent a few days roasting chestnuts on an open fire, getting pissed drunk and hoping it would snow. And yes, you heard that right. We didn't head out camping in the summertime like normal people. We went 2 days after Christmas because we felt cheated out of a white one and fancied an excuse to booze it up around a warm, crackling fire. Now, I know that probably sounds mental to some people who'd rightly assume winter camping to be a pretty terrible idea, but we were young, dumb, and full of such terrible ideas. And so off we went. It didn't snow while we were there, but we did find a chestnut tree, and now the taste forever reminds me of freezing my balls off up in Scotland. It was worth it for the fire and booze and the banter, though, and it wasn't just beer and vodka keeping our own fires burning, if you know what I mean. We were passing spliffs back and forth, but not Luke. Luke didn't do anything like that, so nothing but alcohol passed his lips. Or at least it seemed that way. Obama deported more people. Yeah, what was the deportations? Let's look it up. Deportations under Obama's 2 terms. Here's the clean factual breakdown. 2009-2017, 3 million removals over 8 years. First term, 1.5 million deportations, 1.5 million deportations. What about deportations under Trump first term? Billy, the local, thank you and welcome to the Buttersock cult. 2017-21, we got 1.2 to 1.3 over those 4 years. Okay, so kind of approximate. Deportations under Biden came after him. Biden did 1.6 to 2 million deportations. Interesting. And then current deportations under Trump's second term to date. Did Obama have goons doing his dirty work, and did Obama deport American citizens? Well, it's like, I mean, I don't quite know what you mean by goons. I mean, if you mean ICE, he probably used ICE, yeah, because it's been around for a long time. Let's see. The Department of Homeland Security reported that over 605,000 people have been deported since Trump took office in January 2025. Okay, so that's, yeah, a little over 500,000. So it seems to be on track. Obama wasn't arresting them himself. Yeah, I think Obama actually was out there on the field. He had like over 1 million handcuffs in his back pocket, probably. And what Americans are you asking if Obama had accidentally deported American citizens? Did Obama... Were there any accidental deportations under Obama? I wrote Obame. If you're being manipulated and abused, enabling wrong behavior, any advice, genuine question. What is it? If you are being manipulated and abused, enabling wrong behavior, any advice, genuine question? Like yourself? I would probably say you just disconnect yourself from whoever that is that's doing that. Let's see, U.S. citizens wrong. At least dozens of U.S. citizens were wrongfully detained or deported. Exact numbers unknown because DHS historically did not track citizenship errors well. Many cases involve people born in the U.S., naturalized citizens, derivative citizens, citizen through parents. Well-known documented examples, despite being a U.S. citizens deported to Mexico, Central America. Some were homeless, had mental illness, lacked access to legal counsel. Pending asylum claims, valid green cards, active appeals, were deported anyway due to missed paperwork, ICE errors, judges. So ICE was obviously used. I mean, how's the kitty? He's good, man. He's just chilling. Yeah. I mean, we have to understand that sometimes, like, you know, if I mean, I know I tend to push the narrative that they're both, you know, two sides of the same coin, right? But how about when Obama droned American citizens? Did Obama use drones against American citizens, and what was that context? I do remember hearing something about that. I'm sorry to dive into politics. I mean, we can keep it kosher here, but okay. So yes, one U.S. citizen was deliberately targeted and killed by a U.S. drone strike under Obama, and it was an extraordinary and legally controversial. The case everyone is talking about is Anwar al-Awlaki, U.S.-born citizen in New Mexico, radical Islamic cleric, senior leader in AQAP, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, killed by a U.S. drone strike in Yemen 2011. This was the first known targeted killing of an American citizen by U.S. government without trial. What was the Obama administration's justification? The administration argued al-Awlaki was an operated leader of Al-Qaeda, not just a protagonist, actively planning attacks against the U.S. in a war zone, Yemen outside U.S. jurisdiction, infeasible to capture, covered under 2001 Authorization for Use of Military Force, AUMF, passed after 9/11. Internally, the DOJ produced a secret legal memo arguing that a U.S. citizen can be targeted if they pose an imminent threat. Due process does not require a courtroom in wartime. Executive review can substitute for judicial process. Why was this and still is a huge deal? Constitutional issues. Critics argued Fifth Amendment violation, due process, no indictment, no trial, no public evidence. Executive branch acting as judge, jury, and executioner. The second, even darker layer is Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, 16-year-old U.S. citizen, son of Anwar al-Awlaki, killed 2 weeks later in separate U.S. drone strike. Oh, they've targeted his son, too. Obama administration claimed he was not intentionally targeted. No one was disciplined. No court ruling reversed the policy. Obama's own stance. Obama later acknowledged the moral gravity, but maintained the strike was lawful, necessary, a wartime act of self-defense. Yeah, I mean, the more you know, right? Remember the bombing of Baghdad? That was crazy. 24/7 broadcast. Yeah, it was insane. I spent the last weekend with the Deputy Secretary of USDA under Obama and his Chief of Staff. The stories they tell of good people in the government gives me hope. There you go. It's good to feel hope, right? Everyone loved Mr. T in Hollywood until he threatened their undermining of America. Did you have anything exciting for dinner? I just went over to my buddy's family, and he had made some kind of a random mishmash of like sausages and rice with soy sauce and some bell peppers. It was good though. They did say the Republicans and Democrats would fight to the death in Congress all week and then go get beers together. Well, yeah, if you can start to conceptualize that the government isn't something that's necessarily representative of you, it's only representative of their, like, donors or somebody that has, like, a degree of influence or blackmail over them, in which case, you see with Epstein, he was highly tied to intelligence agencies and, more specifically Mossad with Israel. So it's like, and if you really think about it, that's if you're going to run the world, that's how you do it, right? You got to blackmail people, but you also have to maintain a certain facade that there is, this lawful process in which, you vote a person in and they try to represent you in the best way possible. And I mean, the quicker you can kind of separate yourself from that borderline fairy tale at this point, the faster you can kind of begin to understand and make sense of reality. Now, granted, is that maybe a bit ambiguous? I'm sure there's a lot of specifics that you can still make change in, maybe locally, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a rabbit hole you got to be careful you go down, because it can, in many ways rob you of the hope that you had previously suggested. Or at least it seemed that way right up until the point he just sort of walked off. Now, me and our two friends were absolutely bombed, so while we were splitting our sides over absolute nonsense, Luke seemed to be on a different wavelength. I kept an eye on him to make sure that he was doing okay, and he didn't seem sad, but over time he got quieter and quieter until eventually he just got up and walked off on his own. We called out to him, asking where he was going, because we'd usually announce if we were going for a piss or whatever, for safety purposes, I suppose. But Luke didn't say anything, and we had to call out and ask where he was going, just to be told, just going for a walk. Now, me and our two pals started poking fun at him and saying he was slinking off to take the knock, as we called it, which just means vomiting after drinking or smoking too much. Now, I thought that he'd be back in a few minutes, but I think maybe an hour flew by with us just laughing away before we realized that Luke still hadn't come back. Now, we started panicking a bit, because our mobiles were useless out there in the middle of nowhere, so off we went with our torches to go looking for Luke. Now, it got quite scary at times, and not just because we were so drunk and stoned, but because reality started to become something of an elastic concept at times. That was mostly my fault, and that admission will make a lot more sense later. But for now, let me quickly reassure you by saying that we found Luke, safe and sound, and got him back to the campsite. Now, we were all knackered by then, so not long after getting back to camp, we got into our sleeping bags and let the campfire burn down as we got some much-needed rest. But then, as we're all lying there in our tents and there's nothing but quiet and stillness, Luke spoke up in this obviously drunken voice and said something like, "Guys, I saw an angel out there." Now, he said it so sincerely that we all just sort of burst out laughing. One of our friends, Ben, replied asking, "Bloody hell, mate, how much you had to drink?" Now, our other friend was laughing, saying, "You saw a Christmas angel, did you? My arse, you did. The angel flew out of those lagers you were drinking." Now, Luke insisted he wasn't mistaken, but sounded like he was on the verge of passing out, and then once the laughter died down, we all just sort of slowly fell asleep. Now, the next day, we packed away the camping gear and agreed on a nice fried breakfast in a cafe before heading home, and we poked a bit of fun at Luke over his claim that he'd seen an angel, but he took off. But he started jerking off. Have you ever done stories similar to Freddy or Jason movies? Maybe in like bonus content or something like that, like something very slasher-esque, I suppose, but Freddy versus Jason, like fictional sort of monster stuff. I'm not sure. Joe, I'm so happy that you're streaming tonight. I hope you had a great day and have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Lauren. Good to see you. What's poppin'? Seems like the best people are weeded out of the political process before they could ever get to be president. I mean, really, when you sit there and think about it, it's like all of them have some type of handler at some point, and if you make it into politics, you will be... I mean, just imagine how much... this is the stuff that you see on the surface, just loosely observing people's, influence upon their political power based on just money. But imagine what you don't see in the background. People being extorted or, blackmailed or lied about or threatened with violence. You know what I mean? All this stuff eventually gets you somewhere, right? And many strange things can happen to you if you don't play ball. I have a hat. It's one of my favorite hats to wear. It really is. It's a great hat. Probably one of the best hats. But it says plata o plomo. And, I'm sure you guys might be familiar with that, but it just means silver or lead. And that's just how it is in the world, I mean, we're fortunate in some ways that the corruption that we know exists within our government doesn't have to show, or at least has to attempt to hide itself, if that makes sense. Like the fact that we get to exist in a country where it has to almost lie to us is in some strange ways a fortunate thing if you think about it, because you go to other countries and it's oh, you don't fucking agree? Well, fuck you, go to the gulag or be killed, or you know what I mean? Or I don't know. The fact that we can even make it to this point, it's kind of impressive. The real influence isn't the elected officials, but people behind the scenes. They do the real policy work. We are studying. This is my class right now. I get to go to DC in May. Yeah, I imagine obviously the moneyed interest, but also all the lawyers that write all the bills, and eventually, I mean, can you imagine? Do you think Ted Cruzington or Elon Omar, or any of those people are actually sitting down and when they introduce bills, do you think they're the ones writing the 1,200 pages? Fucking probably not. It's probably like a series of lawyers. I mean, I could be completely off base here, so please correct me. But I'm sure it's just a series of lawyers with larger interests at hand, drafting and then redrafting and then letting it sit on a shelf and then throwing it into a larger omnibus bill just to tag it along. It's always just sits there, it changes its name, it takes different forms, and eventually you get what you want. Have you seen the Malcolm in the Middle sequel trailer? I have not. I liked Malcolm in the Middle when I was younger, but I didn't like it that much, I guess. I always found Malcolm to be a little bit fucking annoying. It's the bureaucrats that aren't elected by the people. Yeah, what would be your definition of the bureaucrats? Would it be the lawyers? Would it be, who are the quote-unquote bureaucrats? Who's my celebrity crush? Probably Henry Cavill, honestly. Henry Cavill seems like one of the only people in Hollywood that actually stuck to his guns, and whenever writers completely trash a series that he knows the fans won't like, he actually sits there and calls it out, which it doesn't really seem like anybody in Hollywood has any soul anymore for the most part. Norm Macdonald, I suppose, at one point. Thank you all. Is Mum enabling him? Just got scared how far I'll go. I'm being emotionally blackmailed to stay. All I got is my faith and tried to tear it down. I chose Jesus and I'm gone tomorrow. Good, yeah. Get out of there. You don't need those people. I don't know what's going on, but you don't need them. What's the best donut I've ever had? I had an apple fritter earlier. Those are usually good, but honestly, getting donuts as soon as they come out is just the best, but obviously I know that's not always the case. I think one of the ones I would eat for a while is those peanut butter cream filled ones and the chocolate frosting on the top. Oh man, I love peanut butter shit, and just anything cream filled. Fucking just eat that till I'm sick. Where was it from? I think it was just from the local grocery store that I went to, in their bakery. If something in life brings you more grief than joy, you're better off without it. Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know what it is exactly, where the, because it's a commonality within, women in relationships. They get into that sort of, maybe it's because they're highly emotional, highly empathetic in some ways, where they can be, more easily manipulated and, you know, by those negative personalities, those narcissistic personalities. You know, both in like straight relationships, lesbian relationships, all that kind of stuff. Like there's someone who kind of like takes that role, right? And, you know, it can just be very hard because they have a deep sense of love for the person, but clearly the individual that found them, you know, maybe they found them, or, you know, specifically because they knew they could be manipulated. I don't know. I'm not saying that's always the case. Sometimes maybe it evolves into that over time due to the fact that someone lets them walk over them or takes that position in the relationship over time. But yeah, it seems to be very difficult for women to just be like, let me get the fuck out of here. Because I'm like the complete opposite. Like if that, like usually after like one minor inconvenience, I'm already thinking like, all right, I want to go home. You're emotional. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. You just don't let those emotions lead you, you know, into a big fucking pit of piranhas. Come on, babe. Walk with me into this pit of piranhas. It's gonna really feel, it's gonna help exfoliate our skin right off the bone. A lot of us are raised to being tolerated or tolerate being mistreated. That's a good point too. You know, if you have suffered a degree of that from your parents, of course, it's going to translate to that sort of submissive state within a relationship as well, for sure. They're making a sequel movies for all 13 ghosts. Wait, that's the horror movie, right? Oh, you are not emotional. Oh, that's good. Good to keep a logical approach to things. Which I think if you are currently taking some classes related to legislation, you will begin to see things more from a non-biased perspective. Obviously, you're never going to be able to remove yourself completely from biases, but I think you'll, you know, once you peek behind the curtain, you will get to finally see maybe a little bit of who the Wizard of Oz truly is. If no one wants to be with you, then you need to fix yourself. That's a good point too. Yeah. Get absolutely jacked. Aside from smoking, what would give you the ick from someone? Well, I mean, it's more like smoking cigarettes, yeah, would not be ideal, just because it's so stinky. Like, even the hottest person, if you're like kissing them and they've got cigarette breath in their clothes and all that kind of stuff, it's just a layer of yucky, you know, resting on them, and knowing that they'll probably have health problems later. It's just like, you don't want to deal with that shit. What else gives me the ick? I guess just being fucking annoying as shit, you know what I mean? And not like in a nice way, but just like one of those like my opinion rules, and I will never see any sort of external opinions. Which is just lame in general, really. Whopper breath, yeah. Politics and government are a bit boring. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess it's kind of like purposely kept that way. I do miss when it was that way in a way, but I think in many ways, like this sort of pop culture politics that we see now with the amplified version of left versus right, that kind of like obviously started to amplify 2015 going into the Trump era, you know, especially with the media. It almost created, in like a weird sense, like another layer, right? Like another layer of disconnect from the population has from actually uncovering any sort of boring truth, you know, understanding that reality sometimes is, you know, written in the fine print, things that get passed overnight when everybody's like distracted by some shooting or some shit, you know what I mean? Or everybody's on Christmas break. You hate to say it because you know fat people that you love. Well, that's good. It's good to love a fat person here and there. Care about urban farming and not policy. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously policy is always going to play into whatever you're doing. I mean, even the billionaire elites can't do anything they want all the time. Like, even when they're trying to start like some autonomous Bitcoin run society over in Greenland, they're going to get caught up in like the legal red tape. And then they're like, that's, honestly, that's where you find the true power, Christy, is like once you figure out how do I replace judges? If I can't get something passed, how do I get rid of someone legally? Then you'll understand how the real world works, I suppose. That's not insinuating you don't, but you know what I mean. Have you heard about what's going on with Korea? They're like not going to have a population in the future because women are choosing not to get married. That seems to be an issue in like a lot of places. People are just cutting back their, reproduction. Japan seems to be suffering from that. Obviously, like Western nations. Which, I don't know, at the end of the day, though, who gives a fuck? Like, if people don't want to have kids and stuff, like, big deal. Society got on just fine whenever the population was half its size. So, like, if I don't know why we always think we need to, like, urgently figure out a solution to, quick, everybody have an orgy, you know what I mean? Or, like, let's replace a population or something. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, just let the population call itself, right? Slowly over time. It's kind of like the proliferation of bacteria of sorts, or an organism. Like it goes through its natural cycles due to its need for resources or whatever, right? Elon will take it upon himself to procreate. Well, who really did that was fucking Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if you ever saw like how extraordinarily obsessed he was with like fucking getting as many people really pregnant as possible. Is fucking psychotic. I saw some people insinuating that the guy from New York, Mamdani, was actually Epstein's kid, due to a picture that of him as a kid with Epstein going way back. It was very strange, but obviously just a conspiracy theory. Not everything can be controlled. Not my guy, not my favorite guy. We poked a bit of fun at Luke over his claim that he'd seen an angel, but he took it on the chin with a very much, fine, you don't have to believe me kind of attitude. Now I assumed Luke might feel a bit embarrassed and was all too willing to move on from his little sighting, but he didn't. In fact, over the next year or so, the angel sighting seemed to be the basis for Luke's newfound faith. He didn't turn into a complete Bible thumper or anything like that, and since he didn't shove it down our throats or anything, me and his other friends were just kind of like, whatever floats your boat, pal. Now, some came to believe that whenever Luke talked about the angel, he was weaving a kind of metaphor about finding God up in Scotland one Crimbus. Luke has a tumor. Oh, that's that might be actually what happened in the story. I wouldn't be surprised. Am I still collaborating with the Ballin Group? No, that project sadly got discontinued. Why? No. Well, it's just, it's like a budgeting thing. Like sometimes, because there's like people above this group, above that group, and that's kind of where the funding for projects come. And if things, need to be cut back due to shifting, you know what I mean? You move levers, you pull things, release steam over here, and sometimes you're one of the ones that unfortunately don't make it through. It was fun though. 20 episodes, really solid, amazing production, amazing team, just great people in general, and very thankful for the opportunity, but it is what it is, mate. But I knew Luke wasn't talking in metaphors. He really did think that he'd seen an angel, and so when he told his wife that he was going to talk to one, I had a pretty good idea of where he was heading. Oh, I think I need to... Some came to believe that whenever Luke talked to... Yes, I did do that again, sorry. You really like both of y'all. Yeah, John's a great guy. Awesome dude. Something to be proud of. That's true. Yeah, it was like briefly touching the stars, and then realizing maybe I'm supposed to be down on the bottom, feeding upon dead whale carcasses. No, I'm just kidding. Jensen is telling a fib. Whale carcasses float. Yeah, but sometimes little pieces of the wiener float to the bottom. It's because it's so heavy. Some came to believe that whenever Luke talked about the angel, he was weaving a kind of metaphor about finding God up in Scotland one Christmas after having a bit too much to drink. But I knew Luke wasn't talking in metaphors. He really did think that he'd seen an angel. And so when he told his wife that he was going to talk to one, I had a pretty good idea of where he was heading. And that place was Loch Braden, the same place that we'd gone camping all those years before. I rang into work and told them that I needed a few days off for personal reasons, and then drove up to Ayrshire. Braden. Ayrshire. Thank you. He gonna be showed. This is what you say. I have no support network. He says I should try harder. I think I'm having a nervous breakdown, but he's gonna unalive himself. I can't save him. Yeah, I mean, sadly, there's like the people that do that. They'll probably do it to the next person too. I mean, maybe they just think like this level of like temper tantrum, emotional blackmail has been what has gotten me what I want in life. Who knows, maybe saying they'll unalive themselves was like a magic fucking phrase in their mind at a young age where they're like, oh, wait, you're telling me all I have to do to get what I want at all times and manipulate people around me is to just say that I'll jump off a fucking cliff? Perfect. Awesome. That worked out really nice. Like you don't get a blizzard at Dairy Queen anymore. You don't have to just throw a tantrum. You just say these simple words. But no, yeah, it's obviously a very strong manipulation tool that maybe you just, being new to the relationship or whatever, it works for you when you're selling cars. Yeah, if you don't buy from me. Yeah, it's fucked. I don't know, man. Just fuck that guy or whoever it is. They suck. You move on and you'll find nice people on Earth who aren't like retarded. It sucks. I've had a couple of guys threaten to do that. I called the cops to make sure they were safe. Angered both of them, but not my fault. Yeah, I mean, I think that's honestly sometimes what you need to do. That if they're gonna do that, sometimes they need to be like borderline 302'd into a fucking mental asylum. Tell them you'll call the hospital. And yeah, the mother enabling that too is it's not good. Not good. It's probably what the mother's been doing since he was a little wee lassie or laddie, yeah. A wee Loch Ness monster, like probably just whining and bitching and saying, I won't do it. And maybe he just didn't have a dad to be like, how about you just shut the fuck up and do what you're told, and then the day is good. He's back to normal. What's 302'd? I think that's like forcibly put into, 30 days in a psychiatric ward of sorts to be monitored because primarily of like threatening to take their own life. 6'7". You're about to be 6'7" here soon. Nobody needs a psych ward. Well, I don't know. The threat of one based on their actions sometimes can, set them straight. And sometimes people do need to just be in there to just gather their fucking thoughts. I've known people who have checked themselves in and they feel a lot better afterwards. It doesn't mean they always, need medication or anything like that. And I really don't advocate for medication at all because sometimes I worry that it can make things worse. Like, I've had friends tell me that, like, they've suffered from those, depression or whatever, and then they take a medication that was given to them by a doctor, and then, once again, this is anecdotal, but it's like they said that the suicidal ideations that they have in their mind just, like, get way worse. And then after they took the medication and then stopped it, like, those ideas kind of come back in waves and they never quite go away. And it's like, oh, fuck me, man, that's insane. Just to think that, like, some sort of chemical compound in the medication can literally, in weird ways, change your brain to almost hyper-focus on the negative like that. Loch Ness only want tree fitty. Sometimes they just need a tree fitty. Are you dating the Loch Ness Monster by chance? I rang into work, told them I needed a few days off of work for personal reasons, and then drove up to Ayrshire first thing in the morning. I then reached Loch Braden by about 1:30 in the afternoon, and there was snow at the time, not much of it, but enough to give it that proper desolate look. And I can't say it was enjoyable though, because strong winds meant that it was absolutely freezing, and I had to bundle up against the cold before heading out in search of Luke. I didn't wander around the loch calling out his name. Instead, I was laser guided towards the place we'd camped at all those years earlier, and when I found it, there stood a dark green tent with a dead campfire and a few bits of camping equipment sitting near the entrance. I called out to Luke asking, "Are you there, mate?" But the tent was empty. I had no idea, no way, whoops. Meds never worked for me. Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be fucking different for everybody, but I am not a big advocate of medication at all. I genuinely feel like if people in the past dealt with mental health through community and striving and, going through the hero's journey of some sort to come out the other end of some sort of darkness. But, I don't know. I enjoy your channel stories. You tell are intriguing. Keep me coming back. Hey, thank you, Melissa. Good to see you. As someone in depression meds, I got such bad thoughts on Lexapro. The only thing that has been helping is Wellbutrin. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard, isn't Wellbutrin where they normally start someone? I remember a friend of mine at work had said she had gotten on a small dose of Wellbutrin to start or whatever. Still, once again, I'm just like, fuck me, man. Maybe these people just need to go on some sick ass hiking. You know what I mean? Just imagine going hiking in the Appalachian Trail if you're just really, really down. I just feel like that's maybe not the best thing. You got to do some training, but just imagine getting out there in nature and just absolutely fucking making it happen. What that would do to the mind and change you in some ways. What if you twisted your ankle? Yeah, hopefully there's a magic carpet that can float the whole way through or something. Or maybe Bigfoot will pick you up and throw you over his shoulder. Antidepressants make you break out in handcuffs. I'll stick to Adderall and Dr. Pepper. Handcuffs? What's handcuffs? Hiking has been helping my mental madness. That's good. Yeah, I mean, sometimes just being out in the fresh air, the sunshine, the blue sky, the green grass, or whatever pieces of nature there is. Learn an instrument if you're depressed. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to humans, you need goals. We as humans have had goals for so long, and a lot of times those goals have been, let's go fucking find us some goddamn food, and it was very motivating, and who knows, maybe there's a lot of health benefits to just being a degree of hungry for an extended period of time for mental clarity and healing and all that kind of stuff that we just don't really get anymore. Doesn't mean you have to starve yourself, but I'm just saying there's probably so many things in the past literally just couple hundred years that we have advanced to the point where we're just not going through the conventional processes of the human body that we had before. Obviously there's benefits to antibiotics and health and all that kind of stuff, but I feel like there's quite a few things that the pharmaceutical industry just does not quite understand yet, and that modern amenities have been obviously mitigating us from experiencing. I used to believe that pills were evil until your sister found the right meds for depression, became a different person, but yes, nature is restorative. Yeah. I just listened to you throughout the years. As I am positive you have been asked. I've been asked. What have I been asked? Sorry. Oh, no worries, no worries. I just graduated, but I got really depressed from year 3 to 4. That's why I needed them. I truly just stopped caring at one point, but I graduated. That's good, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of, I imagine most doctors will kind of say it's like for an acute period of time in which, you're going through something tough. And then I would, if I was in that position, I feel like most people would probably usually start to advocate for the process of communicating with a healthcare professional and tapering oneself off of those medications while replacing it with healthy, diet, healthy habits, healthy hobbies, healthy relationships, healthy spirituality, all those kind of things. And, all the things every other normal human being needs to find. But I'm glad you're doing better. Imagine hunting for bison burger instead of rolling through a drive-through where you get held hostage. Yeah, it's crazy. Old child, but that goddamn Loch Ness monster trying to get my Dollar Tree fitty. Your depression started suddenly after I was 7 after a viral illness. That's kind of crazy. Do you think that major depression is a learned disorder? I don't think it's fully understood. I mean, even just like that comment I just read about how like a virus could potentially change some sort of mental faculties within the mind. I think that there's such a degree of, ambiguity and uncertainty to how the brain works that, for a fact that someone's going to be different after multiple, traumas to the head after years. Look what happens to football players after they take hit after hit after hit. Same with like people who go through traumatic events, lose a family member, all that kind of stuff. But there are, to certain degrees, individuals who are trapped in certain patterns in which maybe they slowly transition into that mind state because it maybe in a strange way comforts the body to just stay in bed forever and never really challenge oneself. Hey Lucy, what's up? Dollar Tree used to sustain me when I lived in the mountain. That's cool. Yeah, it seems like a lot of those, like, what are they called? Food deserts tend to, like, sustain themselves with, like, a Dollar Tree. Makes you wonder who owns those Dollar Trees. Like, what mega corporation? Eat beef and be happy, or eat plants and pop pills. Is that kind of what... I mean, I've heard, like, beef can definitely assist with the production of many hormones and testosterone, so it's definitely a curiosity. You eat pussy and you're happy, there you go. It's pretty low carb, right? I have hypothyroidism, which affects hormones, and I had bouts of depression. Yeah, I don't doubt it at all, for sure. I mean, hormones play a huge part in how we feel. I mean, sometimes people completely bounce back, men, after they start getting their, like, testosterone in order or whatever. Science shows carnivore diet cures every single mental illness known to man 80% of the time. I'd be curious. I definitively would be curious. I mean, I'm sure there's a large degree of processed foods in which, like, our ancestors had no access to, right? So I'm sure diet, as well as lifestyle, all that kind of stuff, all play massively into how you feel. And if you're really in those positions, I think it's important to experiment and see what works for you. Recent study found meat eaters do better in old age than vegetarians. Well, I mean, just the bioavailability of certain animal proteins for the maintenance of your muscle. I sometimes have curiosities about how, people can maintain muscle or, certain hormone regulation with just a straight vegan or vegetarian diet. But obviously you need some, like, external stimulus as well with weight training and cardio and all that kind of shit. Started making your own food. It definitely helps. If you look at your bag of bread, you see how many ingredients there are. Shouldn't have more, like 5 to 7 ingredients, not like 20. Yeah. Absorbitol, xanthium, schmum, all that kind of shit or whatever. Hydrogen 6. Hey, Kenny, thank you for the big 20. Poop emoji. He just pooped himself. Thank you, Kenny. Very kind. Every single plant tested has at least 60,000 natural pesticides in it. Natural pesticides or like pesticides sprayed on it? Or do you mean just like the consumption of those plant products will have as like a defense mechanism within the body or something, or like will fight the human body? Peptides do help. I mean, I took the BPC 157 for my shoulder. That fucking healed that right up. But obviously, I think the one concern I've heard with like the BPC 157, obviously consult with a doctor, but was the fact that since it creates like that angiogenesis of vascularity, basically creating blood cells at injury sites to help heal, it can also do that at people who are prone to like cancers or already have like cancers developing. So obviously you would have, if you have cancer, you probably don't want to take any sort of BPC 157 peptide. Why does it always feel like Groundhog Day in here? Like talking about the same shit all the time. Yeah, maybe that's what brings people back. We just literally discuss the same things 9,000 times in a row. That's just me, maybe. I live the exact same reality. So like Meatloaf, yeah, you asked that question the other day too. I had no way of knowing if the tent was really his, not until I found the Bible he had sitting next to a rolled-up sleeping bag, and then I knew. I then spent the next hour or so wandering around the snowy woods calling out Luke's name, but when I didn't find him, I wandered back to his camp and decided to wait for him there while I got a fire going to keep warm. I was almost... You're new? What's up, Mike? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, we're just recording, chit-and-chatting. What's up, Lydia? What is good? It was almost dark by the time I heard footsteps approaching, and at first I was a bit nervous that it wouldn't be Luke. But it was, and since I already had a feeling that he wouldn't be pleased to see me, I wasn't surprised when he wasn't. No, I said something to him like, "Hey, mate," and was about to offer an explanation as to why I was there, but Luke cut me off by asking who told me where he was. Now, I didn't want to get back up by treating him. Now, I didn't want to get his back up by treating him like a kid. I wanted cooperation, so that's what I went with, and told him Sarah was worried about him. He didn't get angry or anything, not yet, because he knew we were just concerned about him, but Luke did let me know, and very firmly, that he wouldn't be leaving till he talked to his angel. I honestly couldn't tell if he had gone crackers or not, so I tried to test him, in my own little way, on little bits of info. I asked him how long he'd been there, what route he'd taken on the drive up, and what he'd said to Sarah before leaving. All his answers seemed kind of lucid, and he didn't mention any kind of wild conspiracy theories or anything delusional like that, and he didn't go off on any religious rants either. He said he didn't expect me, his wife, or anyone else to understand, but he needed to find his guardian angel because he needed to get a message to his mom. And when he said that last part, it felt almost like a punch to the gut. Or maybe that's the wrong way of describing it, but it was just such a sad but almost sort of relatable thing to want. Like I said earlier, Luke's mom has suddenly passed away, and he was understandably taking that very badly. But it wasn't a question of what he was doing that was healthy or not, or if what was happening was something much more damaging. It was... Oh, that was part of that. Okay. My bad. You were at a Grammy party. Did you win one, Justin? I'm new, but nice to see you. Oh, yeah, Katie. Katie's new. She got her first membership jacket. It is in the mail. Fun fact, when you read the ingredients, it's most amount to least amount as the order it's written. So if you're looking for a certain ingredient, the sooner it's mentioned on the label, the better. Oh, that makes sense. It'd be kind of interesting if they put, like, percentages or, like, parts per million or, you know what I mean, or something of that nature. I wonder, that would be difficult to determine without some, like, particle spectrometer of sorts. I was put on Effexor years ago. I was forced to stop taking them due to losing my insurance. withdrawals I had to endure was so awful that I hadn't taken another antidepressant since. Yeah, I heard the shit. God, yeah. I heard that the withdrawals were terrible and that you have like brain zaps and I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Isn't this shit supposed to help people? I don't know. And then you hear about like shit with the FDA or, you know, Food and Drug Administration, how easy it is to really just like either bribe or, you know, push a medication through. And it's like, it's very strange to me because like a lot of people will be very distrusting of billionaires or distrusting of corporate interests, but for some reason they're like really, really religious when it comes to their defense of pharmaceutical companies, you know what I mean? And government institutions, as if for some reason the corruption has not reached that part, you know? So, always very strange to me. There was a site that helped me get off Cymbalta, learn how to taper. Dude, yeah, my friend was on my friend was on Ativan, and that's a benzo, and benzos are highly addictive. I don't know if you remember that period of time where like Jordan Peterson had gotten addicted to benzos, and he had to go to like fucking Siberia just to go on like the experimental tapering process, which involved him being put into like a chemical coma for a month to deal with the withdrawals. Isn't that crazy? A fucking chemically induced coma to knock you out so you can deal with the fucking withdrawals of a medication. That's crazy. And then my friend was on it, and he was literally just given a little bit to help him with sleep. Didn't take anything outside of like what he was prescribed by his doctor. And then all of a sudden he like stopped taking it, and he had the worst withdrawals, and he had no idea what was going on. He was having panic attacks, all this shit, couldn't sleep. And then he, you know, realized, he's like, holy fuck, I feel better when I take an Ativan. So that's probably what it was. So he was doing like what's called like a water taper. Obviously, you know, talk to your doctor, all that shit. But it's like you would like cut it and then break it into a powder and then put it in, dilute it in water, and then slowly over time wean himself off of it. But still, I mean, he struggles with sleep and things like that, but it's just not quite as bad now. Hey, Bubman 4598, welcome to the Buttershell Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. I'm eating some berries. There's crushed up Cymbalta inside of them, just because I want to know what it feels like. Ketamine will destroy your bladder. Yeah, they acted like ketamine is like... I remember my one buddy's girlfriend was like, yeah, ketamine is like good for you. And it's like, I've heard terrible fucking things about ketamine. I don't know, really anything it seems like... yeah, I don't know. Sugar's the worst and most overconsumed drug. Which form of sugar, like? All the sugars? All about Pervitin? What the hell is that? Ketamine was fun. Oh. Why does anybody listen to your stories to help him fall asleep? I don't know, honestly. That's probably all he needs, right? I mean, I have heard people, they leave comments saying that my voice is somehow... They've struggled with insomnia for years, and then they said that my voice is better than Ativan, or better than Ambien, which is kind of crazy to think that like something about the vibration of a voice next to you and like the timbre or whatever you want to call it, like can have a greater effect on you falling asleep than a fucking sleep medication itself. First money ever spent on YouTube. Thanks for the stories. Listen to them, help me sleep. Yeah, no worries, Bubba man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Been sleeping your voice for years. That's good. I mean, hey, you know, if it keeps you off drugs, man, fuck drugs. And honestly, I think we all need that. We need like routine right before bed. Like anytime I ever sit and watch like Hearthstone videos now, my eyes start to close, and it's like not even because I'm tired. It's just my body is like, oh, Hearthstone videos, let's pass out. Your voice has 520 hertz that helps us sleep. Did you measure it? Did you actually measure the hertz? Or I thought it was like 420 hertz, 69 hertz. Goon and sleep. You can do it all at the same time. Ethos Minecraft put me to sleep like tranquilizer. Yeah, isn't it kind of funny? What do you mean hertz? Hertz is like a measure of like frequencies. You know what I mean? So like whenever, like it's spelled H-E-R-T-Z, I think, right? I don't exactly know. It's probably just like some scientific measurement of like frequency vibrations or something. Yeah, decibels, hertz of their voice. So you can imagine like when you're listening to a whistle, it has, oh, actually, let me just read it. How would you define hertz? Sound. My heart is always on the frequency of hertz. Hertz means a sound. H-E-R-T-Z, H-Z, how many times sound wave vibrates per second. Fewer vibrations per second equal a lower pitch, more vibrations per second equal a higher pitch. So hertz equal pitch, not loudness, low versus high frequency. Feel this mentally. Low hertz, slow, wide waves, deep sounds. High hertz, fast, tight waves, sharp sounds. Thunder and subwoofer rumble at 20 to 60 hertz. The human voice vibrates at 85 to 255 hertz. Piano middle C, 261 hertz. A ringing or hiss is 8,000 to 15,000 hertz. The human hearing ranges from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Below that is infrasound, less than 20 hertz. You feel it more than you hear it, and above that is ultrasound. Oh, crazy. Which is dogs, bats, and machines hear it, not us. Isn't that nuts? Frequencies are so fucking cool. And it's crazy to think it's sound, you know? Sound, light, all that shit. Let's see. What hertz helps people fall asleep the best? When did I go to Russia? Every day of my life. Every day I'm hustling. Dun, 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 dun. No, shuffling. Fuck. The brainwave ranges linked to sleep equals delta waves, 0.5 to 4 hertz. Deep sleep, non-REM sleep, body repair, unconsciousness. You cannot hear these directly. They're too low. Instead, people use binaural beats or rhythms that suggest this pace, often cited sleep target 1 to 3 hertz delta. Theta waves, 4 to 8 hertz. Drowsiness, hypnagogic, that drifting half dream state, easier to enter. Let's see, what hertz do you think the Let's Read narrator voice is in? Voice is doing better than last night. Yeah, thankfully I was doing the spray right to my throat, really helped. 2 years Dagestan, forget. Vibration of certain voices definitely have an effect on the body and mind. The Let's Read narrated voice is likely centered around 85 to 110 hertz fundamental frequency. That's the core pitch, not counting harmonics. Why the range works so well, average adults, male-speaking voices, 85 to 180 hertz. Calm, authoritative male narration, 80 to 120 hertz. Scary but soothing sweet spot is 90 to 105 hertz. Let's Read stays low enough to feel grounded and safe, not so low that it becomes ominous or forced. Very steady, minimal pitch jumping. What you're actually hearing, important, you're not just responding to the fundamental pitch. The sleep calm effect comes from low pitch, compressed dynamics, soft constants, slow cadence, low high frequencies, sibilance, less than 4 to 8 hertz hiss, or kilohertz hiss. So even if the voice is at approximately 95 hertz, the perceived calm is shaped by the upper harmonics being controlled. Why it feels relaxing brain-wise. The approximate 90 to 100 hertz range overlaps with calm male vocal authority. Guys, I am your vocal authority on all these things. Avoids alarm frequencies, doesn't trigger alert reflexes. Your brain basically goes, someone competent is here, I can relax. Yeah, so even if I'm telling you about something terrifying, you're like, it's all under control. That's gold. That's absolute gold for horror narration. Why it helps people fall asleep, paired with slow pacing, minimal emotional spikes, consistent volume. Right. Cool. You have 520 hertz in my book, that's why everyone falls asleep. What is 520 hertz? They're gonna be like, what the fuck? That's the brown note. That makes people diarrhea in their sleep. If you guys have ever wondered why you wake up after one of my videos covered in shit, this is why. 520 hertz actually sits in the upper mid-range of sound, clearly audible but not bassy, not piercing. Its everyday terms sounds bright, clear, slightly sharp, nowhere near sleep frequencies or sub-bass. Musical context, 520 hertz equals a C5 high C, piano middle C is approximately 260 hertz. This one is octave above. So musically it's fairly high note, but not relaxing by default. How it feels to most people, alerting, not calming, can feel focused, slightly tense, mentally awake. This is why it's used more in signal tones, alerts, and tuning, not commonly used for sleep or meditation. So are you telling me you hear me and like you don't fall asleep to my voice and you hear it a little bit different? Ever fucked with binaural tones? I believe, yeah. I remember I asked, my editor, not on the videos, but on the podcast, to try to incorporate some binaural beats for sleep into the podcast. I don't know if he still does it, but I mean, I definitely thought that it would be cool to incorporate it in some ways. But the bisexual beats, yeah. Hey guys, today we're going to have some bisexual beats incorporated. So if you find yourself wanting to have sex with your uncle, that's not my fault. That's totally unrelated. Hey RLDO4QF, what's up? What's the horned guy's name? I don't know, what do you guys want to name him? Horny? Joel, do you think if Joel began to purr, would we all be healed from our ailments? Let's see. Oh fuck, I'm recording still. Jesus Christ. Fart box knocks. He's a cat boy. Yeah, I'm the cat boy who dated Nick Fuentes. Back in the day, you guys don't remember that? Like I said earlier, Luke's mom had suddenly passed away, and he was understandably taking that very badly. But it wasn't a question of what he was doing being healthy or not, or if what was happening was something much more damaging. It was a question of what Luke was going to do when I told him the truth. We had a nice long chat about the camp trip that we went on, and then touched on how his mom's funeral had been. It was nice to reminisce, but seeing him grieving so deeply was very tough. But then as we continued talking over a campfire supper and the darkness fully crept in, we got talking about Luke's angel and what it may or may not have been. Again, he was weirdly reasonable about it and didn't expect anyone to understand. It was just something that he had to do so he could be at peace with his mom's passing. But then, I asked how he'd feel if I could graduate, or guarantee. How would you feel if I graduated to angelhood? Your cat's back went up and she sniffed the phone. Really? When I was purring? Dude, fuck yeah, I'm a cat whisperer, bro. If a black cat crosses your path, is it good or bad luck? I've always said bad, but some people say it's good omen. I don't know, I have a black cat around me all the time, literally laying on top of my face most days. He hasn't been coming down during the streams and chilling as much. Makes me sad. She wards off evil. Your background music actually a binaural tone might be why some people feel affected by listening in. Well, that makes sense, yeah, and I'm using all Inect, Simon stuff. So maybe these are just perma in there, but yeah, that's good. But then, I asked how he'd feel if I could guarantee he wouldn't find his angel again, because it was my fault he thought he'd seen one in the first place. Luke just sort of laughed, because the very idea that it was me that was responsible for him seeing his angel was laughable. Excuse me. How old is Pradeep now? He is... what the fuck? 2014, so he's going to be 12 this year in June. I thought you said he was attention starved these days. Guess not during the stream. Yeah, I don't know why. During the stream, like, he gets pissed that I don't let him sleep with me, right? He gets so pissed about it. I hear him like when okay, so we're chilling before bed, and then I have to put him out because if I don't, right, he will literally just lay directly on top of me, which is fine. But then he'll get up. Sometimes he'll just stand on me. Sometimes he'll just stand and just stare off into the distance at nothing. And it's like, what are you doing? And then on top of that, whenever I've finally fallen asleep, he'll just come up to my face or on my shoulder and like bump me, and it wakes me up. And it's like, having interrupted sleep is like not good for you, right? So it's just like, but he does it all night. And then he'll jump off the bed and sprint down the hallway or whatever. And, wait, it's like, I don't know how some of those cat owners do it who just like suffer through the cat trying to like wake them up all night and doing insane shit. Cause like, dude, if I don't get it, my sleep, I feel like poo-poo stinky shit. My mom's dog used to stand on me and just stare at me while I was trying to sleep. So funny. Yeah, they're cute. At least a dog, though. I mean, Pradeep will eventually lay down, but it's just like he like doesn't like the idea of me falling asleep. Peanut butter icing with chocolate drizzled donut or maple bar or chocolate cream donut. Peanut butter icing with chocolate drizzled donut or maple bar or chocolate cream donut. Can you mix all? Can you do a maple bar with chocolate drizzle, PB icing? Do I have sleep apnea? Sometimes I'll wake up from a snore, and that sucks. I suffer through my cat doing everything. I wake him up more than he wakes me up, though. I wake up every 3 hours for no reason. Yeah, dude, it's not good. I mean, like, cats, they sleep literally 18 hours a day on and off, and they're nocturnal and all that kind of shit, so it's fine for them, right? Because they can pass out in, like, half a second. But a human needs, like, at least 6 to 8 hours of just some deep REM shit going on. Oh boy. Luke just sort of laughed, because the very idea that it was me that was responsible for him seeing his angel was laughable. But the only reason he didn't full-on belly laugh, at least in my opinion, was the look on my face when suggesting it. Because I wasn't joking. In fact, I was very serious. Because the reason Luke wandered off in a daze like he did, and the reason he believed that he saw an angel, was because I put a tiny bit of LSD in his alcohol when he went off for a piss. He was already drunk, and he was drinking some cheap piss, so he didn't pick up on the taste at first, and I thought it'd have a funnier effect on him, but I guess it didn't. And when he didn't come back when he thought he would, I felt very personally responsible. No one but me knew I'd brought any, and I was planning on telling him that what I'd done come bedtime or the next morning. But after we, or should I say I, almost lost Luke, I decided not to tell anyone what I'd done for fear of the backlash. And then as the years went by, I felt more and more guilty about what I'd done. So much so that when Luke's wife told me that he'd put himself in danger by camping up in Scotland in the middle of winter, I felt personally responsible. Now, it might have only been a snort. Just a little snort. Just a small snort. Oh my God. God, can you imagine? There's no way he didn't know that he was on LSD. Have I ever bought and wore pink-tinted lip balm? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever had a tinted balm of sorts. I have this one that, like, I've had this one called Goop or something like that. Goop, goop, goop. And I've had it for, like, because I bought a bunch at the time for, I've had them forever, you know, working my way through them. And only recently did I get down to it completely, so I had to get new ones of the same brand. But you know, whenever you've, like, had that shit for, at that point, for years, literally, the brand is going to change in some way, whether it's just the packaging or the fucking ingredients that it's comprised of. And now, whenever I use that brand of Goop lip balm, it's got all these organic ingredients, which I assume is fine. I have no fucking clue. But it smells so, it's like so much hemp. It's got a shit ton of hemp in it. And the smell of hemp just fills me, like, it's like smelling like an old vodka that used to make you throw up one night, you know, until you were fucking ready to die. And you never want to drink again, because all it reminds you of is the feeling of throwing up or whatever. And that's what I don't know what it is, putting on that, like, hemp lip balm, it just reminds me of what it means, you know, what it felt like to be in those, like, dingy, shitty environments where you're just, like, smoking reefer with friends. Like, I immediately want to cough because, you know, just smoking in general always made me cough, but it was this mixture and memory of, like, having a terrible cough, but also the smell of the marijuana, and then, yeah, and then on top of that, it just brings you back to being in an environment where there's just a bunch of, like, disgusting fucking Chinese food containers sitting around in some dipshit's apartment or whatever. Did it make you want to smoke lavender? No. Well, yeah, what lip balm do you guys use? Do you use Aquifer? Had him since he was born. His name is Lucifer. That's cute. The Morning Star. He used genetics. Alright. Let me look this shit up. I might just get it. I might just go and get it. Oops. Goop, goop, goop. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Whoops. Fuck. I legitimately do not remember my password. Balls. Alright, well. Let's do it over here. Goop, goop, goop. Okay, we're going here. Amazon. Try balls 1, 2, 3. Oh, dude, that's always my backup. Aquifer, Vaseline. Yeah, I don't know, but I've heard, like, Aquifer is not great. So would you say you use genetically modified cow lard or something like that? Genetics lip oil, lip oil, shea butter lip balm with kojic acid. You're trying to get me high. I'm watching the Fallout series. I am not, sadly. Do you think he stopped breathing for a second and Pradeep was trying to save your life? He might, dude. He's freaking sleep paralysis demon on my chest. Did you ever watch Archive 81? I have not, dude. I don't watch any shows. It's all a bunch of slop. No, I'm sure it's good. I just don't do it anymore. Evolution of Smooth. That sounds sick. It sounds like a jazz album. Welcome back, y'all, to the Evolution of Smooth. Boom, 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 boom. Psychoblast. Psychoblast. Cicada Blast. Psychoblast Bomb B +5? Dude, that's just too much. There's too much shit. I don't know. I'll look into it. Yeah, you gotta use the Baja Blast. Just dip your lips in it at the Taco Bell. Lip balm with sunscreen in it. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I do have. What's it called? The fucking Aquifer with like the SPF 15. How do you get the SPF with the fucking SPF 9000? It just turns your lips completely ghost white. I know a lot about skincare and skin health. Dude, that's sick. You've been peeling people's skin for years. Zinc oxide. Lip balm with SPF tastes so gross though. I bet, yeah. I don't have any of the flavored shit. It might have only been a snort, but Luke laughed when I suggested I was responsible for his angel sighting. But when I mentioned the acid that I'd slipped into his beer, not even trace of amusement was visible in his face. He went full-on denial mode and argued that I was only saying that to get him to come home. Now, I suppose I should make it clear to anyone reading this that I wasn't just making it up, and I really did put drugs in my friend's drink. My defense at the time was that it wasn't much. Enough to get him loosey-goosey, but not full-on tripping. But that's no excuse, I know that, because that one stupid joke had altered Luke's whole reality. And although he completely refused to accept it at first, that didn't last long. I think the thing that really pushed him over the edge was when I started describing his symptoms back to him. I told him that although he was quiet, I was worried about him because I knew the dose that I'd given him would serve as a real mood enhancer. And I also knew that he'd walked away from the fire at first because it was too bright for him. First-time trips can be like that, especially if you don't know what's going on. And I added it was me who initiated the Luke's going to vomit joke, partly to try and distract from the fact that I'd dosed him. I told him whatever he'd seen out there, be it a trick of the light or a big bird of prey passing over the face of the moon, his imagination had taken hold of it and turned it into something it wasn't. I was halfway into explaining how I knew it could have been. Share mermaid sighting stories. I haven't. I don't think I've ever gotten one mermaid sighting story before, but that does sound cool. Yeah, this is quite a... Dude, I don't know. I remember taking like a... like a micro-dosing of acid, and this was back in like 2017, almost 10 years ago now, but I remember taking it then, and that was just a small amount, and it was like I was the highest I'd ever been for 8 hours straight. So I can't imagine like slipping someone to someone's drink, because this was on like a blot of paper. I did drugs, yeah, it was for my birthday too. I kind of regret doing it a little bit because it made me feel really, 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 really cosmically and spiritually alone, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I felt so isolated in the grand scheme of connection to reality and all that it surrounds it. Do a 420 stream, yeah. I mean, I don't smoke or anything anymore or anything like that, but I don't know. Oh, Strauss is going to bed. See you, dude. Straussy. Old Straussy. Off to slumber he goes. I only have a puff of marijuana once, and that was enough for me. Yeah, it's, yeah. It is what it is. What's up, Claire? How you doing? I was halfway into explaining how I knew it could have been some full-on hallucination. It couldn't. I was halfway into explaining how I knew it couldn't have been some full-on hallucination because I'd given him such a low dosage when Luke just charged me. He didn't shout or scream, he just started attacking me in a complete frenzy, punching and kicking till I was on the ground and curled up in a ball shouting, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I did try and defend myself at first, purely on instinct, I suppose. But as you can imagine, it was a complete mismatch in terms of how angry he was versus how sorry I was. And when he stopped kicking me, Luke dropped to his knees and kind of rolled me over. I thought he was going to start punching me in the face, but instead, his hands went for my throat, and he started to strangle me. I reached up to try and claw his fingers away from my neck, and then I tried grabbing his arms at the elbows to drag them away, but neither thing worked. And it was then that I had this horrible moment of realization that this was how I was going to die. Murdered up in Scotland by one of my oldest friends because I'd revealed his entire belief system was the result of nothing more than a prank. I don't think I deserved to die for something like that, but in the moment, I had a very dark sense of, I get it. I brought this on myself. I still tried to get his hands off of me, but all that rage in him, it was like it gave him super strength or something. And I think it was only the thoughts of the consequences that made him stop. And by that I mean if he thought he could have gotten away with killing me, I'm not sure Luke would have let go. But he did. And when he did, it was like taking my very first breath of life all over again. I've never known a lungful like that, but I could feel how puffy and hot my face was from how red it had turned. And all the I'm sorry's got replaced with thank yous, because it was clear he'd just spared my life. But Luke wasn't ready to let bygones be bygones, and after pacing back and forth for a minute, still in a rage, he told me to do one. Why don't you do one? Get lost, mate. Bubman, 459. Thank you for the gifter to Terra Cat. Terra Cat, you now have access to bonus content. I once did mushrooms reluctantly and spent 8 hours thinking, what the hell did I just do, over and over all night long? That's crazy. Sounds like my 21st birthday. I did shrooms for the first time, but only one person knew, and the others thought it would be funny to be a roast of me, and the other guy who knew was like, no, not now. Yeah. It was kind of funny, like at my buddy's sister had a birthday recently, and then everybody was at the circle or whatever was like starting to roast her from like stories. But I had like a really, really roasty story that I was going to tell, but then I just didn't tell it because I was like, I think this would actually be like way too embarrassing to say. Have you experienced any supernatural scene or heard something you can't explain, etc.? Just like sleep paralysis stuff. I don't know how I would deal with seeing or hearing things. Well, actually, one time in my house, what the fuck? Yeah, I heard someone whistle. That was fucking strange. I forgot about that, actually. Tell us the story. It's such a bad story. She was like my buddy's like younger sister, and I'll be honest with you, like she was like babied to the extent by her family, you know, to such an extent that you genuinely cannot blame how she turned out in some ways, if that makes sense. Like she's a good person now in a much better space, but it took a long time for her to like develop a degree of like independence from family and doing normal things. And some of the stuff that she does, it kind of like blows your mind because it's like so embarrassingly bad, you know what I mean? And she's normal, right? You know what I mean? But I think all of it came down to is like being the youngest daughter. Just basically the parents like babied her to such an extent that it like limited her growth as a person. And anyways, I just remember I was like, I feel like I was in college or something, and I walked up to their house to see my friend, and then in the back alleyway going towards a park, I'm fairly certain she was like a senior in high school at that point, and her mom was back there attempting to teach her how to ride a bike. And I know that, you know, I get it. Like, you don't know how to ride a bike unless you know how to ride a bike. But I mean, like, whenever like every other human being around you knows how to ride a bike by the time they're like 5 or 6 years old or whatever the fuck. Like seeing someone be taught to ride a bike at the age of 17, 18 or whatever, it just like made you feel like such a degree of pity that you feel terrible. And for some reason it sounded funny to bring up in my head, but I'm like, no, I feel like me roasting her with this would actually like hurt a lot. As a younger sister, I can confirm that the youngest are babied. My family had to tell my dad to stop babying me so much, but eventually I got it when I started high school. Yeah, sometimes you just need to be in your own social circles to just like wake up a little bit, where people around you are going to challenge you more so, you know what I mean, and not allow you to. But I remember for a while there, dude, like she would, be normal around friends, but then go back home and she would just like revert back into like baby status around family, and it was just like, holy shit, this is so weird. Joe, what did you do before I started YouTube? I was a nurse, a registered nurse before. Went to nursing school and all that stupid shit. Bubman with a 10 says, okay, I'm done sending money now. Thanks for all the stories. You really are the best. Thanks for everything you do. Keep it up. No, thank you, Bubman. And the fact that you said I'm the first YouTuber you've ever donated to, that means a lot. So thank you so much for that, bro. Appreciate you a lot. Pretty sure my sister's kids can't ride a bike either. One is in high school and the other's in college. Well, maybe you can teach them or something. I mean, I feel like eventually it's going to be a skill you kind of need to know. And it's also good exercise and it's fun, riding down a fucking hill is cool as shit, dude. With the wind in your face. I was the highest paid boy nurse in the country. That's true. I was a mercenary. Nurse for hire. What got you to stop nursing? I was just doing YouTube. I started YouTube on the side, and then it surpassed how much I was making in nursing. So I'm like, all right, fuck nursing. I'm doing this shit now. You know what I mean? Just don't grip the front brake. It'd be grippy. He was born to be famous. I do feel a little bit born to be famous, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just have it in your mind that you have entertainment skills that some people just don't have, Like ever since I was younger, I was like, when I say shit that's sarcastic or silly, people laugh at it. And I'm like, and a lot of other people couldn't really do that. And then whenever I performed, like when it came to skits or acting or whatever the fuck people are reading, in class, like people really enjoyed it. I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm not in like some top 1% of top 1%, like, but I'm definitely in a realm where my autistic skills seem to be a waste if I don't use them in some way, How many unread Elmos do you have in your inbox? Well, I have somebody else or a couple people who go through the email and find stories related to certain topics, so who fucking knows? Probably thousands and thousands. You are the only new YouTube I've found that feels real. Oh, thanks, Mike. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't even know what... Oh, you mean as far as AI goes. Hello from Atlanta. Hot Lana. Love you too. Good to see you. What do they call it? Alien Lana? Isn't there something like Atlanta, but it's like aliens or something? Alienta? I don't know. My child is autistic and could not get riding a bike, so he gave up. He was about 13 years old, saw his sister's bike and declared I can do it, so I said go on then. He got on and rode perfectly. Sometimes, it's like, when it comes to children, it's like the parents just have to cut the cord and like throw them into the water with the rest of the kids, and just the sheer social pressure is going to motivate the child to do well, cutting that umbilical cord and just letting them do their thing, because there's nowhere for them to fall other than upwards, right? Because they want to fit in. You need to be in a position to establish that career. Difficult for a lot of folks to even try to side hustle. No, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think the fact that I even did YouTube, it was like I was attracted to it because it was like, it seemed like I looked at PewDiePie and shit like that. I'm like, the fuck? This guy doesn't do anything, Like, if we're being real, like, when's the last time you watched a YouTuber and you're like, wow, oh my God, how much work are they doing all the time? Sleeping till fucking 2 and then recording themselves scream, And so that seemed really fun to me. But yeah, thankfully I had, the nursing shit to fucking, pay for things. Because, the nursing stuff paid for a computer, it paid for, recording equipment, and you got to have that investment, which is not like the, end all be all. Like, if you really wanted to do YouTube, you could figure it out on a budget and succeed without some sort of like crazy job to get you there. But to have that freedom, the more responsibilities you adopt, the less freedom you have to like try those new side hustles and stuff. Used to be a nurse too. My body couldn't keep up after a while, but I loved it while I did it. Nice. What do you do now? Were you like night shift with the body or whatever? What do you do when you have no one to teach you to ride a bike, though? Alienates you, so it's weird to learn really late. No, yeah, I guess you just don't ride a bike in the same way that some people in New York just don't learn to drive a car, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just in my environment, especially whenever they had, two parents, it was just another testament to my mind of like, why the fuck do these people have kids if they're not going to like challenge the kids to be anything more than another mouth to feed, you know what I mean? So there's no shame in the fact that you don't know what you don't know, but it is you do get frustrated with parents who don't challenge their children to something. Most content creators are non-beneficial to society. Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, that entertainment is a weird thing. Like, we're just here to entertain and distract you and all that kind of stuff, and it's all going to be subjective to the viewer. Some YouTubers I saw essentially start because they could live with their parents. Others are like Ronnie, who seem to master it on desperate circumstances. Yeah, and there's a lot of motivating factors for something to work out. I was able to live on my own with roommates and stuff after starting nursing, but there was a huge motivation on me to continue doing it because, I didn't want to fucking wipe people's asses anymore and be around a bunch of dumb bitches all the time, Not to be rude, it's just what it is. I used to beg my parents for chores. Crazy, right? I never had any responsibility. Kind of suck. Huh. Well, that's good. You just fill it. You fill the responsibilities in where you can. YouTubers that does a lot of work. I think Outdoor Boys comes to mind. Most of his vids are life-threatening. Yeah, dude. Those guys who have to like generate content but get paid the same as somebody who's chilling playing a game or something, like, that's crazy. And I have a lot of respect for Outdoor Boys. I thought he stopped for a while, but I guess he's back at it. If you have dependable roommates, that would be a game changer, but I only know flakes. What do you mean, flakes? Like, don't they need a place to stay? And if they don't pay rent, they get kicked out. Do you mean like people who just like don't pay their rent or something? Are you like really young that like those people might just not have the responsibility yet of like paying for themselves or something? You need to eat 1,300 calories. What the fuck do I smash right now? Probably a Jersey Mike sub or something. I'm going to pass out. Sorry I didn't stay long. Hope you're having a great night. See you soon. Hey, see you, Nate. Good to see you. But Luke wasn't ready to let bygones be bygones, and after pacing back and forth for a minute straight, still in a rage, he told me to do one, meaning get lost. I remember wanting to ask him if he was sure we couldn't just talk it out, but I knew that'd be a waste of breath. I'd never seen him that angry before, and not that I deserved it, but I knew that there'd be no reasoning with him at this point. Luke saw me hesitating to leave and then came at me shouting to F off, and making out like he was going to hit me. And so I did as he asked and left. I walked back to my car, feeling the aches from Luke's punches and kicks and the soreness in my throat, and then drove back home, and we never spoke since. I called his wife from a service station and filled her in on everything that had happened. I put off telling her about the spiking incident for as long as I could, but when I did, she did a kind of verbal double take in asking me to repeat myself. And when I did, she immediately hung up. There was no anger, no insults. She just hung up the phone, and that was the last time I spoke to her. Friends just seem to argue with each other or just screw each other over around here. Good friends live out of state. Damn, I'm sorry. Yeah. You should work for the agency. We need well-spoken people. The agency? You mean, what, like the CIA? I should work for Mossad. I'll be the new Epstein. What was the last job that made you switch? I actually used to work as a CNA, but as soon as I get paid internship as an engineer, I left my job as a nursing home. That happened back in 2019. What was the last job that made you switch? Well, it wasn't necessarily like anything like that. It was just I wanted to get out as soon as I arrived. As soon as I got to nursing school, I hated it, right? I like every step of the way of doing nursing school for 4 fucking years. I hated the school, I hated the people, I hated everybody I was around. I made the best of it and I had some friends, you know what I mean? But like, it was a pain in the ass, it was hard, it was annoying, it was not fun. I wasn't interested in like hardly any of the shit, but it was like what my parents, suggested I go do, and I didn't want to like upset them, and I knew no other, I knew no other direction in life other than to finish the task at hand, which was school, and I knew that if I stopped, I would never go back to school. So, and then when I got into nursing, it was just more of the same shit, where it's like now I was making money and it was a little bit more freedom, but it was also a sudden realization that the grind is never going to stop. And then whenever, especially when I saw one of the older nurses who, she was in her 80s, I think, or late 70s. And I remember hearing a story before I had even got there. She had retired for a week. And in the week that she retired, her husband died, probably from being annoyed by her, but no, I'm just kidding. Like, and then whenever he died, she picked up, went back to nursing and picked up like per diem shifts, even though she still collected her retirement. But she could only take so many hours, right, at the place before she maxed out her hours. And she would always max out her hours in a very short period of time, just because she wanted to be in an environment that made her feel productive. And I will be honest, she lived her whole life sharp as a whip, sharp as a tack. Like, she, you know what I mean? Like, she was always challenged by nursing. She was always on the move. She was a hard worker. She, really had no illnesses. And then one day, she didn't come to work, or like said she felt ill and then left, and then turned out she had like stage 4 pancreatic cancer and died. Like the next, like was in the hospital and then died. And yeah, and then it was, and then when everybody was like, "Oh, did you hear about Alice?" And I was like, "What?" And she was like, "She died yesterday." I was like, "What? Alice is fucking dead?" Now, granted, Alice was like an old battle axe nurse, so she was a bitch, right? She didn't like men, she didn't like younger men. And I understood it was like, younger men coming in, encroaching upon her old school nurse's way with her fucking short skirt and rollerblades and all that bullshit or whatever. But that being said, she still had a certain degree of grandmotherliness to her that was still, I liked, And so when she died and I witnessed everybody around me in the environment of work just kind of like moving on, it sort of reminded me a little bit of what might be like military-esque, where like somebody in your platoon passes and everybody just goes on as business as usual. And that to me struck me as a weird thing, because I was like, fuck me, man. I can stay at this job, middle-class job, get married, work forever, do all the bullshit, and then retire, and not a single person around here is ever going to challenge me to be anything more than I am currently, and that will be fine. But I also didn't want that either. Now, granted, after doing this YouTube thing, I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing overall, but it definitely beats nursing, faux show. Rest in peace, Alice, yeah. Sounds like it was a terrible place to work. It was but it was just like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a person, I'm a dude who likes creative things. I like comedy. I like all that kind of stuff. Like, do you really think you're going to find any of that shit in like a hospital? Very rarely. Like, but I mean, granted, the other male nurses that I would come across, they were very similar to myself. Like, just self-deprecating, funny, you know what I mean? Like, didn't give a fuck, about the stupid shit. But it's hard to, be in that environment all the time without being like ready to fucking clock out the second you come in. You ever kick the bucket, know that'll be hard, and you will definitely be missed and mourned over, so thank you for being there. No worries. I appreciate you. Regular old Patch Adams. Yeah, I always had a clown nose on. Something like that happened when I was at the nursing home. I used to have a coworker, CNA, and she was in her late 50s, but got sick and ended up in the nursing home and passed away there. Fuck. I'm ready to go to sleep. I work at a funeral home. It's been a tough day. I'm so happy I caught you live. I've been ready to end today on a good note. Hey, we got you. No worries. Did you ever imagine you be talking to yourself for hours in a wall of curtains? A little bit, since I already kind of do it by myself anyways. Talking to God or meandering about bullshit to myself. Maybe it's primarily in my head, I don't know. Also study psychology because it was my mom's suggestion. I didn't know what else to do and still don't. Yeah, and at the same time, it's like I appreciate my parents, for being the only people in my life that would tell me the truth, right? Like whenever I was like, Mommy, Daddy, I want to go to school for art. And they were like, that's stupid. And the reason it's stupid is because you will still accrue the same amount of debt. When you will get out of school, your student loans will be $1,200 because we are not going to help you with school because we don't have any money, and you won't be able to get a fucking job because being a graphic designer, which is what I wanted to do, paid dog shit and probably still does pay dog shit, so they were like, you should do this job because it's guaranteed job. You can do whatever you want and it makes good money. And then, at the end of the day, it sucked, but I'm thankful that they pushed me in that direction because sometimes you kind of need that as a young person to just be pushed in a direction just so that you have the foundational abilities with, afterwards, whether it's making a paycheck or having a stable routine, that you don't end up in the realm of being broke and drinking alcohol under a bridge and hiccuping and going until a bunch of hoodlums come up and stab you in the stomach till you're dead. A bit of ultra-violence, I'd say. What's up, Audrey? As one with an art degree in education, can you tell that's solid advice I wish I was given? Yeah, and I'm not trying to be rude because, once again, I was, drawn back into art. But, in the same way that art is creative, to make art a career, it's holy fuck, you have to be it's a tough, you know what I mean? It's a tough realm to just make happen. It's very rare that it pans out. But, you stick with it, you get in the same way, sometimes you have to emulate the success of others, maybe make a little bit of changes so that you can live the life that they live. If there's someone you look up to who's a successful photographer, see what they did to become that, or content creator, all that kind of shit. And, it's no shame. There are so many content creators I look back on that I had spoken to throughout the years of starting the YouTube stuff, reading creepypasta and that kind of shit. And whenever the one told me, I ain't reading no fucking true scary stories bullshit, that shit is, lame as fuck. And then it's I did it because it was a trend at the time, same with the true crime stuff, and then I go back and I look at their channels, and it's stuck at fucking 50 views, and it seems like they went insane, making videos about hating Trump or something like that, because even though it has nothing to do with what they previously fucking pursued, I'm just oh, fuck me, man. I could be sitting in a hole of self-lamentation right now. Saw G Muffin, welcome to the Butterfly Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do you like this job you are doing now? Do you enjoy this, or does it feel like a job and you hate it? No, I really like it, honestly, but I think sometimes in life to appreciate what you have to have something to compare it to, right? So, some people who join the military and do special forces stuff, I've met some of them are my friends, and they are some of the most driven, hard-nosed working people I'd ever met in my fucking life, to the point it blows my mind. And the reason being is because they were already put through hell, and now day-to-day life is like a fucking joke to them. They're like bored, right? So in a similar situation, I was a Navy SEAL. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like in a similar situation, it's like you work, you know, what did I do? I fucking worked at a grocery store, and then I worked at a bar, and then I worked at a nursing home, and then I worked at a fucking, all that shit, you know, the nursing stuff and hospital and all that. SEAL Team Joel. Yeah, and so like that led one step to the other, to appreciating what I have right now, because Jesus Christ, you know, it doesn't even compare, right? But if I was like one of those like younger YouTubers who started fucking, right, you know, like you started doing something when you were 17 and you knew nothing else like ever, I think I would be a much more whinier bitch about things, for sure, for literally no reason, right? Like to really, what do I even have to complain about other than anything that's not self-imposed prisons upon myself? How do you know my voice isn't AI? That's a good point. Your voice doesn't sound real, and I mean that is the nicest way possible. It's so calming. Well, maybe it's just like I mean, it is real, just to clarify, but maybe it's the microphone, you know, it's like I'm really close to it, right? So maybe sometimes that kind of like feels a certain degree of frequency that's otherwise not received in person. You're gonna rob me? Please don't. Honestly, if like a robber knocked on my door and was like, hey, I'm gonna rob you later, but if you could just give me this much money and I won't do anything bad to you, basically like the mafia, be good. Do I work at All Dies? I don't know. Where's that? No, I do not work. Joel's voice is so girl dinner. Girl dinner is just a bunch of used batteries sitting in rusty water for an hour and then blended up and drank. It's the recharge you need. Joel, when did you get your gold play button? That was a while ago. I don't even remember when I got 1 million subscribers at this point. It is crazy though. Don't work in my field of study though. Desk job and have existential crisis now and then. Is there all there is? I'd go to uni again for something different, but it's so expensive. Do you do anything creative, and maybe you could like put advertisements on your art? Do you listen to a specific narrator on YouTube before you decide to give it a go yourself? I remember like early on, I randomly chose the idea of reading, right? Thinking that nobody did reading on YouTube, but then I stumbled across like all the creepypasta narrators and was like, oh, what the fuck? This is like popular. It's getting like 20,000 views, 100,000 views. Some of them had 1 million views. And I was like, what the fuck? This is like I could be one of these people with the fucking avatar and the stinkily binkily, you know what I mean? Yeah, it just kind of worked out. Mystery, welcome back for 1 year. Joel, since your dad crushed your artistic dreams, did it inspire you to create the next global Reich? Yeah, this is where, no, thankfully YouTube stopped me from that, honestly. Imagine if YouTube didn't work out, where we would be in America. I would have been recruited by Mossad by this point. Christian Hernandez, welcome to the Buttersacotina of access to bonus content. Can I turn Super Saiyan? I'm always kind of like Perma Saiyaned out. Read, my heat had to be replaced because I told my landlord that I felt fine. Dust and everything got oily like for 2 days. I honestly opened all the doors, including the front door and windows. My heat had to be replaced because I had told my landlord that I felt fine dust and everything get oily for like 2 days. Huh. Like the air ventilation system just needed a complete replacement. Am I gonna VTube? Is it hard to VTube? Like, would it be hard to set up like a tracking thing on your face and put, you know what I mean? Would that be difficult to do? I don't even know what angle I would be doing it because the mic is like sort of right in my face, or 2 microphones. Imagine how hard it would be for Joel to get recruited to Mossad without a YouTube resume though. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, YouTube is probably the influence they need. There's a lot of like random channels on YouTube that like kind of espouse, you know, conspiratorial perspectives or political perspectives. And I really do wonder to what extent some of them are like influenced by intelligence agencies. I know obviously that's kind of just open-ended and means nothing, but it makes me wonder. I remember there was a while there they were saying that there's a series of political influencers who got like trips to Israel and got like $7,000. Like imagine selling out everything you created for $7 fucking grand and an annoying ass trip to the desert. Like, who fucking gives a shit? Katie Hernandez, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content, of which there is a new one linked above. Good V2 graphics package is expensive. Yeah, I mean, I look at like Burnt Penis, JK Burnt Peanut, and like he he's such high production value with so much of his shit, and I'm like, you don't really see that with anybody at all. Every time the heat was on, it was horrible to breathe in without feeling the air dusty, and also my clothes and furniture and everything, it felt oily. Candace Owens. Was Candace Owens bought by, I really wouldn't be surprised. Like, I mean, I said it forever, but like her, because they're all like sort of like diaspora of like, working with those same sort of organizations. And they all kind of like interact with each other, and they all kind of like don't deviate too far. And I don't know, like it really does make me wonder if all of them are just like kind of like representative of that controlled right, in the Overton window, conversational sense, but they're actually heavily compromised. All the comedians getting millions for comedy tours in Saudi Arabia, like big time gangsta money. That is fucking insane. I'll say whatever you want me to say at that point. Honestly, I think the giant burlap sacks they wear over there are pretty cool. And I think we need that over here. Every time they all play pretend on my television. Yabba dabba do. Candace has always been a grifter. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's really any of those people that, really at the end of the day, if they foment a large degree of the left-right divide without providing or shedding light on certain situations, you have to sit there and wonder to a little bit like whether or not they're completely authentic. Are Patriots bringing it home this time? No, I think Seattle's going to win. I think they've been selected by the Freemasons to win this year because it's supposed to be something symbolic because they won back in 2013 and now it's been 13 years since then, right? So it's like they're supposed to win again, but it's going to be 33-30. I don't know. It's just weird symbolism shit that I see in my dreams. Told to me by an angel after I took too much LSD. Whose birthday is it? Thank you for welcoming me to the internet so warmly. This has been a really fun aspect of my life, to be honest. Hey, yeah, no worries, Justin. Are you actually famous, or is that guy in your picture just like an AI person that you, like an avatar of sorts? Your OC. This is your OC, Justin Ballas. And with the American people fighting each other and people are falling for it like they always have. I mean, it's lame. It's definitely lame because, I mean, if you really think, like, are you really making any progress by having conflict with your fellow citizen? What's OC? And OC is like an original character. It's like a dork thing, you know what I mean? Like, people will draw, like, anime characters on, well, what website? I guess, I don't know, like Twitter or something, Blue Sky. And they're like, this is my OC. His name is Justin Ballas, and he's a really hot werewolf. Every full moon, he goes absolute sicko mode on the sheep. The sheep in the Scottish fields. But when he wakes up in the morning, he's completely naked, and he's covered in blood, and he's like, what the heck happened? The left-right paradigm is the full effect. We're all distracted while the powerful get more power. Yeah, I mean, it's just how it always works. But the question is like, I mean, the financial system is rigged. The political system is rigged. Like, I think at this point, like, you just kind of have to appreciate as much, like, Pizza Hut stuffed crust as you can get, right? Before someone shows up at your house to steal your gasoline. Because I don't know how else to really proceed forward with any sort of non-corrupted top-down hierarchy. How do you even see a close-up of the profile pics here? I can't tell just as picked. I just know he changes his quite a bit. He's always taking headshots before every stream. It's true, left versus right, both sides suck, but guys, don't you think this right has taken a very hard right over time? Window has really shifted to the right. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's the point, right? The point is you drive one side crazy and then the other side reacts, and then you go back and forth, and each side, is continuing to up the ante of, irrationality, whether they're in power or not. And then, it just continues to allow, in the problem reaction solution sense, right? That's the old adage, the problem, you create the problem, you generate the reaction, and then there's a solution. But the solution, everything along the way, you have decided what it's going to be. And that's just how it goes. Like whether it is or is not organically occurring, the fact that you believe it is, in many ways allows it to continue to proceed unimpeded. People have been tired of being told what to do for almost 2 decades. Maybe even longer than that. Maybe forever. Yeah, Ohio's made up. The point is that one side really is crazy and is taking steps to dismantle our democracy. Well, I mean, then once again, saying just that narrative, like one side is the only one doing it. If you're unable to view retrospectively the fact that both sides have played major roles in encroaching upon people's, individualized rights, or amplifying the divisive narratives in that same way, amplifying censorship, all that kind of stuff. It really makes me question your ability of self-reflection. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, come on, like, let's analyze ourselves. Let's look at our groups. Like, you really can't arrive at the position that they don't play off of each other and push back and forth in this, like, constant tug of frustration. It's scripted to make us believe we have freedom. Yeah, I know. Yeah. There was no anger, no insults. She just hung up the phone, and that was the last time I spoke to her, too. I understand why they've chosen to cut me off. I just hope that one day they find it in their hearts to forgive me. And if Luke still has his faith after I told him, then I hope that'll one day be the case. Because after thinking about it for quite a while, I think that in a way, Luke really did find his angel out there at that old Ayrshire. 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 Okay, I keep saying it weird. Because after thinking about it for quite a while, and I think that in a way, Luke really did find his angel out there at that old Ayrshire campsite, and when it spoke to him and told him to spare my life, he listened. Media polarization, we agree to or more than we disagree, but disagreement generates more views, more clicks, more money. Yeah, and just look at the facts. Yeah, I don't know what specific facts. I agree. I think right now what we're observing, where the federal side of things is amplifying, federal overreach onto people's lives, with the ICE stuff. But once again, because it's a synthesis or, problem, reaction, solution, there was an opposing side that was completely in favor of open borders to the degree that it caused the problem, in which is justifying the case of amplifying federal overreach. And then before that, you remember it was most of the states that were left-leaning that were super pro shutting down, basically society related to COVID and the overreach there. In Minnesota, the National Guard was going around pointing fucking guns at people to get back in their homes, and there were these abstract curfews. You saw it worldwide, mandatory vaccination, things of that nature. And then it was definitively the left throughout all of it that was pushing the censorship. If you didn't see the censorship and the fact that the media, like the way that I viewed the media that was left-leaning, it was like they were the fire, right? But then at the same time, Trump and that sort of narrative was like the gasoline. And it's like this fire was already kind of like going, but then it's just like them blasting off of each other that just keeps building and building and building. And I'm telling you, like, you really have to like begin to like observe the narrative, not from this like super hyper partisan perspective of like left versus right. Like, I get it. You're a very pro left leaning person. You think nothing they do is as bad as the right. But I mean, the fact that you buy into that narrative is what enables these narratives to continue to press forward. But at the same time, I do believe that it's almost like it doesn't even really matter what you perceive of the left-right divide, because they're able to push things forward anyways, and it's more so like what you think other people believe. Like, it doesn't even matter if you believe in a narrative. If other people believe with it and go along with it, there's really nothing you as an individual can necessarily like do to change it, you know what I mean? I feel like it's a scripted reality show. The universe has a sense of humor. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say the universe is, you know, creating said current political situation, but your dad is extreme left and he's convinced the left don't send death threats. Both sides do it. I mean, like, I've actively observed it, you know what I mean? And the left's been, you know, absolutely psychotic in many ways. They're the ones that constantly want to label people as extreme. But I mean, I will say in our current circumstance, that narrative, that progression has enabled such a degree of pushback that this, especially with this, you know, ICE push, like that, we, you know, as conservatives, those people can't sit there and perceive what's happening there as like a good thing. And my worry is that this is just going to continue to amplify until eventually, like, say what's happening in Minnesota begins to definitively occur in California, and then Newsom, right, begins to, you know, he's going to say a bunch of things, and then eventually he's like, you know, it continues to escalate. They bring fucking the National Guard in or something, and then more violence occurs in like a larger degree. I mean, hypothetically, some of the individuals that are present within like ICE aren't even from the United States, and then, you know, they're part of like an intelligence operation to open fire on the public. That's going to create an even further amplification of this narrative, to the point that what if those states on the West Coast choose to secede and pull out of the United States, or, you know, pull out financially and supporting the rest of the United States? You know, I mean, that in itself is going to be like some degree of act of war potentially, right? And then that's when you see this, basically the amplification, it just keeps building up. It starts with the media, then it starts with the fact that Trump doesn't want to parlay, and then it just keeps building, like, and then eventually you don't even know what happened. All you know is that there's so much divisiveness that now you're here. And I agree, I don't support any of it, I don't want it to happen, but to sit there and pretend that both sides didn't play some part into it is just such an abstractly strange thing to sit there and pretend is reality, because it's not. I guess I should focus on targeted raids, finding criminals, but right now the main goal is to hype. I agree. There's the interference from the opposing individuals, but at the same time, it's like, I agree with their position to protest that, as long as it doesn't interfere with the operations. But at the same time, I genuinely feel that this operation we're seeing right now is specifically going to be used to amplify things, and it sucks, because I think it's just outside of left and right at this point. It's going to continue to just get worse. Thing is, the coasts aren't one-way economic streak. They make a lot, but they also have a huge amount of federal debt and reliance on the rest of the country. Yeah, hence why if there's any sort of like amplification of violence from the federal side, in response to the governor's not cooperating, or the mayor's not cooperating, like, it's just going to be fucking psycho. Like, I just don't want to see America. That's why I've always advocated for people, you know, getting along. And I mean, obviously that's so fucking generic, but at the same time, it's like, if we continue to allow these narratives to get out of hand, I mean, who knows where we fucking end up in the next, you know, before 2030. Like, this shit might, you know, get out of hand by the time it's 2027. Like, who knows what this fucking year is going to entail, and it's really frustrating. Yeah. Me for president. No, dude. I mean, obviously you can tell, like, I wasn't born into the right family to be president, bro. No, I don't think anybody was. I literally, you know, for all those abstract connections that Epstein has to everybody, the fact that some of these individuals were literally, you know, connected to these groups since they were like children, I don't know if any of it's real. I really don't know if any of it's like authentically real. And then the fact that it's very easy for them to get to you pretty quickly, whether they want to put something on your fucking laptop, whether they want to bribe you, whether they want to threaten your family or your friends or whatever, or you. I mean, it does not take much. It does not take much. My name's Allison. I'm from Seattle, and while it took me way longer than I wanted to, I'm finally ready to send this over. For the longest time, I had a friend named Chris, and Chris suffered from persistent depressive disorder. It started after he lost his job, got violently mugged, and then got really sick with some kind of viral infection, all while his relationship with his fiancée was falling apart around him. He ended up... Okay, I just want to say, this story, the fact that it's related to depression and the person got a viral infection, and somebody in chat said that there was a viral infection and they got depression when they were younger, that's kind of fucking crazy, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I feel like that always happens where we're talking about something and then the next story is like, has some sort of like strange loose connection to what we were just discussing. It's like serendipitous in like a weird way. Justin, welcome back for 13 months. Says, hey, it's all about who takes care of you and protects you at the gym. Your spotter. Thank you, Dad. And then I'm just like, it's like Justin's posing in the mirror and I'm like choking with the fucking bench around my neck. And he's like, ooh, yeah. I'm gonna send this picture to Fry. You don't use spotters. If it's your time, it's your time. Dude, dying from a fucking bench press choking you out, oh my god, that would be the absolute worst. I saw a video of a dude where you just saw him slowly pass out as it was pressing on him. Like, it did not look fun. Yeah, you're just like, you got this, big dog. Everything has a rise and a fall. I agree, but like, you really sit there and wonder, like, does it really have to be actively destroyed, you know? Like, we're in such a position of power in the United States militaristically. It's like, if we didn't hate ourselves from within all the time, it's like, I think this could be such a degree of like empire that it would, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it could just keep going on forever and ever. We don't need constant like inflationary bills or a divisive media or like no sense of like, you know, personal national identity or anything like that. No pride, no, you know what I mean? Like, you just can't have anything anymore. And it's just like that to me just seems like a sort of like slow controlled burn of what otherwise could be a pretty positive experience, you know? We don't need to constantly militaristically intervene with everything ever. Anyone who thinks the U.S. is falling is an aimless doomer. I mean, that's true too. Sometimes I feel like a dumb doomer. Like, I'm just like, maybe I'm too black-pilled. Like, maybe I'm too, you know, and in weird ways, maybe I'm like just begging for it. But I you know, I want the best for everyone. I really do. I want everyone to not live in a constant state of cortisol-induced stress from what they see on their phones and how they feel towards people based on what they put on a ballot. You know what I mean? It's just, it's got to be tough to always be like that all the time. And I don't want the majority of the population to feel that way, but yeah, it is what it is. My friend partner in strength and conditioning class in high school never wanted to spot or do anything. Now he got big into bodybuilding after a life of geekery. A life of geekery. That's amazing. Do you work out? Do you do it too? If you had to move out of the States, where would you go? Top of your head, go. It would be Argentina, 100%. Like I said earlier in the stream, Argentina seems to be the escape place for like post-World War III. So like the bomb, right? Okay, so we got United States, right? And then you got Russia, Europe, and then the Asias, you know, India, Pakistan, all that shit. And then it all pops off. Israel, Iran, everybody's blowing up. Now, you got the bombs, right? The strategic bombs, all that kind of shit. That sucks. But then the worst thing is you have the winds, all the radiation from the bombs and all that kind of stuff. And it's the winds that bring you death. It fucks up your water, all the radioactivity, all that kind of stuff. And if you go down to Argentina, the winds, you know, in the southern hemisphere, the winds don't make it there. And you're, you know, the world might not be the same, but at least you didn't get die from dysentery or radiation poisoning or something fucking weird. England is technically Asia now, yeah. So you're thinking Argentina won't get bombed? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. He ended up moving back in with his parents up near Richmond Beach for a while, and then after finding it harder and harder to get out of bed and leave the house every day, Chris just sort of stopped trying. Wait, where did got real... Oh, the viral infection. Yeah, I kind of skipped that. It started after he lost his job, got violently mugged, and then got really sick with some kind of viral infection, all while his relationship with his fiancée was falling apart around him. He ended up moving back in with his parents up near Richmond Beach for a while, and then after finding it harder and harder to get out of bed and leave the house every day, Chris just sort of stopped trying. He was put on various cocktails of medication in the hopes one might work, but nothing did, and for a while he just rotted away indoors. But then in early spring of 2019, Chris asked if I wanted to go get sushi. He was online a lot, which was pretty much the only way we kept in touch, so hearing from him, I used to do Jack LaLanne Count of Monte Cristo style prison workouts and the sinew exercises Bruce Lee recommended, like reverse curls. Then no gym after lockdowns. Oh, it's tough. Yeah, you should get back into it. The time is now. You will feel way better. When your immune system is down mentally or physically, you get sick or prone to illnesses. For show. Faux show. Always paranoid of being strangled, benching, so look for non-benching strength exercises to not die. Dude, okay, time out. Let me just say, fuck flat bench. Dude, if you ever have anybody you're teaching to work out for the first time, never, ever, ever even bother, unless they want to be a power lifter in a competition, ever teach them how to do flat bench. The only thing you should ever teach them to do is dumbbell incline bench, and maybe some incline flat bench. But even then, like, have them be really wary of, like, activation of their shoulders and lats and body and all that kind of stuff, because honestly at the end of the day, if you want to grow your chest, the flat bench can do it, but the upper shelf area, the upper chest, is going to be grown primarily through an inclined 35 to 45 degree bench press, and there's going to be a natural movement with the dumbbells as opposed to a flat bench on your shoulders, so you can rotate, feel a lot more natural, and you won't get injured. Dude, the second you get injured on bench, you will be cursing and ruining the day that the person who taught you how to lift even told you what the fucking bench even was, because it's just such a pain in the dick that you don't come back from unless you take peptides or get fucking surgery or some shit. Basic push-ups got me to be able to do pull-ups, like regular crunchers. Took a jogging to lose weight. Yeah, I need to work out again. Yeah, just type into ChatGPT, like, give me a program for working out 3 to 4 days a week and ease into it or whatever. It'll literally make you anything you need, and you just go in there and make it happen. Eat good food, blah, blah, blah. It could be an empire of happier, healthier people if billionaires were taxed more heavily and treated their workers fairly and not as slaves. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I mean, the greed of the 1% is going to dictate the direction of the world forever. It's how it's always been. Like, people who are in positions of power of lending money in banks are always going to make the decisions, and then their subsidiary billionaires below them are going to like enforce those decisions or do whatever they need to do. And it's just like, I don't know. It's just how it is. And I would love if people's in those positions would just have some sort of moralistic heart to them, to just like set it aside and be like, you know what, we're switching up our strategies. But I think in their mind, they're just like so afraid of losing their power and being exposed for who they are, or maybe being killed, that, yeah, it's almost like this degree of evil to them is like the only way. Used to walk home 7 miles after work and then run 7 miles to the treadmill after work. Now I haven't jogged a mile since lockdown. That's okay. I mean, that's not that long ago, honestly. Like 2021, 2022, like you just do it slow and it'll come back to you, and you'll feel the good feelings of doing it again. You'll be like, oh fuck yeah, dude, this is amazing. It's just human nature. We're barbaric. That's true. I mean, like I said earlier, like counting the blessings of what society has even got to, it's like you kind of have to choose. Like, do you want the cartel running your society, or do you want the secret satanic pedophiles running your society, And sometimes they intermingle, So that's just how it's always been. I mean, it's a mafioso over here. It's a mafioso over there. It's like you need somebody to establish a system, and at least the idea, the fear of like everybody staying in line, Which billionaire would you flay and salt first? I don't know. It's not really worth my energy, but probably the Rothschilds. He was online a lot, which was pretty much the only way we kept in touch, so hearing from him wasn't a shock. But hearing that he wanted to meet in person, that came as a real surprise. I accepted the invitation, and while he still had a whiff of hermit about him, he seemed way, way better than before. I didn't question it. I was just too happy to see progress. But at the same time, I knew that there had to be something going on in Chris's life to prompt such an improvement in him, and I'd be damned if I wasn't going to. The Build-A-Bear group, yeah. Oh, it's so weird. Do they really need to, like, eat people? Is that really what they got to do all the time? Like, who knows? Maybe now that we know about it, like, they'll be, like, less inclined. They're like, wait. People aren't shocked and in awe by finding out that, kids are being trafficked and people are being eaten. Maybe we just don't need to do that anymore. And then they don't have to like have a constant state of like karmic hell floating on their soul at all times. Unless they're literally reptiles, If they're literally reptiles and just have like no connection to reality, maybe that's just the way it goes. I just don't know how you like breed or condition so many people to be that level of psychopath. If you can only smell like one thing for the rest of forever, what would it be? This is a super serious question for real. I really like the smell of like people's fireplaces. It might be a specific type of wood, but sometimes you walk by houses that do the, what's it called? Like the wood fireplaces, and it just smells so good, especially in the wintertime. It's very pungent. And I really like that stench. Do reptiles live beneath the 4th and 6th dimension? Maybe, dude. Maybe they... I don't know. I generally have no fucking clue. Maybe they're interdimensional. Maybe they're here with us from another planet here. Maybe they're not real at all. Like, it's just... Oh, hickory. Yeah, hickory is great. Oh, vanilla is a good smell, too. Oh, did Christy leave? I didn't mean to upset her. But I mean, I feel like it's really not a controversial opinion to sit there and be like, both sides are annoying as fuck when it comes to politics. And it's pretty kind of like obvious, like the side that invented the concept of like cancel culture and censorship over the last fucking 8 years was definitively the left, and then the right is more of a reactionary stance, but it's still just as annoying and still just as, controlled by external forces that will eventually lead to like the self-destruction of a nation. And it's just, I feel like that's not that controversial of an opinion, because the only thing I can think is that if you're, you feel upset by that statement, is that you have a strong sense of identity connected to said political entities. And to me, to have those connections to them, to kind of basically, if you remember that one game, I think it was called Prime Evil or Primal Rage. Do you guys remember that one arcade game called Primal Rage? Basically, it was like the world had ended, and then the volcanoes or some shit had opened up and awoken some ancient sort of giant beasts that fought with each other over, throughout the earth, and that humans would sit there and worship them and cheer for them to fight with each other. But at the same time, while they were fighting, like humans were getting stepped on and crunched and eaten, and all sorts of terrible things, were occurring. But at the same time, it didn't deter the humans from worshiping them. And that's the only thing I can really think in like political modern discourse, is that some people still have a very strong degree of worship or desire for the big gorilla or the big, Tyrannosaurus to like fight for them, because they feel maybe one day I'll be the big gorilla will recognize me or something. I don't really know. Didn't they bring Primal Rage back? Did they? Let's look this up. Primal Rage. I don't know if they did. It was from literally all the way back in like the 90s, 1994. That's freaking crazy. Controversy in 1996. Launched a grassroots campaign against the game after her 11-year-old son bought and played the Genesis version of Primal Rage and executed chaos urination. Wait, what the fuck does this say? Okay, there's a controversy related to Primal Rage. In 1996, Ellie Rovella of Gilbert, Arizona, launched a grassroots campaign against the game after her 11-year-old son bought and played the Genesis version of Primal Rage and executed Chaos's urination fatality. The campaign resulted in Best Buy pulling the game from 251 stores nationwide. In response, Primal Rage publisher the Time Warner Interactive pointed out that Rovella never complained to Time Warner, instead taking the issue directly to the media, and that the game was clearly rated T for teen and so should have not been purchased by her 11-year-old son in the first place. They also resubmitted Primal Rage for evaluation by the ESRB, who determined that the game has nothing to it in merit, increasing the rating to M for mature or AO for adults only, and rated it teen. After this revelation, Best Buy put every version of Primal Rage back on the shelves except for the Genesis versions, which they said would only sell it if it were rated M, even though most home versions of the game contain all the same fatalities and gore. What? Launched a grassroots campaign against the game after her 11-year-old son bought the game, played the game, and then did Chaos's urination fatality. That's insane. See, this was like what fucking like modern Karens were doing back in the day. Bitching about fucking video games. That's honestly what it's like to hear like people cancel each other for politics. It's so fucking annoying. Canceled sequel. Oh, Primal Rage the Avatars. When Primal Rage 2 was canceled, 97. Yeah, I don't think there was any newer. Anyways, a little bit of a tangent. I'd be damned if I wasn't going to figure out what it was. The day after we met for sushi, I asked Chris what had changed, like if he'd been doing or taking something new. And he said he'd found a kind of support group that met once a week, and since he started going, he'd been feeling a lot better about life. They met in a coffee shop, but they didn't sit in a circle, doing land acknowledgements and using therapy language. It was more like show up, hang out, and just talk to people for real. And that was usually a little talk at the end by the group's organizer, but that consisted of nothing more than a poem and maybe the odd announcement. It was very informal, very laid back, and for the first time in a long time, Chris found the confidence to start living his life again. Now, this was obviously great to hear, so I asked about it, and Chris said the group was called Mother's Love. It seems so crazy to me that after all the medication and all the therapy, that Chris really... Why did McDonald's change their chicken nuggets to like human meat, or what did they do? Did you know in Pennsylvania, one of the best states to retire in, financially speaking, that is? What do you mean by that, like, financially speaking? Like it's the lowest cost of living state or something like that? Can you register independent in Pennsylvania? You can, yeah, that's what I was registered for a long time. But you can't, at least in my area, you can't vote in the primaries. But honestly, after seeing all the shit and the fact... Because, I mean, really sit there and think about this. This is one of the weird things to me that, like, I wish Christy would come back. And I'm not trying to pick on her specifically, but she's a regular viewer, and I appreciate her, and I like her, and that's why we have these conversations. But if you sit there and think about the fact that from the Epstein documents that have come out, 3.5 million documents, or whatever it is, Donald Trump has been compromised, as well as other presidents have been compromised for literally like 40 plus years, right? And if the FBI and these intelligence agencies and Mossad and everybody was aware of all of this going on, you're telling me that Donald Trump, as well as the Clintons and everybody along the way that ran and, you know, all this kind of shit, just organically got into the White House without any sort of like preponderance from the people that are supposed to keep us safe? You know what I mean? Like domestically and abroad and all the oaths that they take, they just didn't know that one of the most powerful individuals that are, you know, now in his second term, did they not, does that information not at least retrospectively point you in the direction that left and right does not exist, that all of it is fucking controlled, that all of it is predetermined, that at the very least these individuals are pushed so they have more leverage when the individual gets in? And it's just like how do people constantly exist in this state of cognitive dissonance that even though you see this information, somehow your guy, your God, your giant gorilla monster is trustworthy, is going to not stomp on you in your hut. Like, it's just... We know Mossad got caught and called out for putting a bug in the Oval Office in 2019, 2020. Nothing came besides the embarrassment. I mean, like... whatever the fuck. That doesn't compare to anything from what it sounds like in those, you know, discourse and emails and stuff. But anyways, it just seems like like a lot of people don't have, like, they'll sit there and talk about something, but they'll only apply it to the one that they don't like. And I know that can be difficult. I know that can be really difficult to, like, separate your brain from... It's like basically like exiting a cult. It's like exiting a religion. Like, if all your life you were in Scientology, and then you finally found out that Scientology was disgusting and corrupt and ugly and gross and, you know, false and all this type of stuff, and that's all you knew since you were a child, it would be a very difficult thing to cope with, to break free of. But unfortunately, it seems like so many people in the modern political spectrum can't really separate themselves in the same psychological manner. Joel would like Flesh Simulator's channel. He talks about the cover-ups and everyone's compromised shenanigans. I've talked about Flesh Simulator before, but I talked about him in the sense that I wanted to point you guys in the direction that if you ever wanted to do a YouTube channel, you know, not saying you have to do his topics or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, put yourself in front of a camera, have the camera quality be decent with a good mic, and just talk about something. And you will literally develop a following of some sort. And, you know, doesn't mean everything I hear on Flesh Simulator I immediately assume is, like, fact or anything like that. I mean, but it's, I do find his content it has a certain aura to it for sure. Hey, no worries, Katie. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. And thank you for joining. Should do a channel about anime jiggle physics. I hear it pops off online. Honestly, if you did a video about like the evolution of titty physics in video games, I guarantee you that's like probably at least 100K views right there. You would have to constantly think of new things, and that wouldn't be a very specific niche to exist in, but I could see that one doing well. His Pizzagate video is illuminating. There was somebody that I listened to who had gone into like the debunking of some of the stuff that he would say. So in some ways it made me feel like maybe Flesh Simulator was a little bit irresponsible in the manner in which he approached the Pizzagate video. But I mean, there's a lot of like strange curiosities, and especially with the Epstein stuff and the usage of like, you know, terminology like, you know, that is in the FBI database as being pedophilic communication language and human trafficking language with pizza and pasta and all that weird shit. Like it does certainly beg quite a few questions, but at the same time that specific incident is curious for sure. If more people did something like podcast live streams, I can see being fulfilling for a lot of people. He did a debunking of the debunking of this video. Well, there you go. Everybody just keep debunking. Oh yeah, the walnut sauce. What was that one about? I remember Obama had that fucking like bracelet where like him and Biden had matching like pizza bracelets. Do you remember? That was fucking creepy as shit. Oh man, guys, we gotta do it. We gotta separate ourselves from the political identity. It's too much. Maybe it's just like the natural innate, you know, it's just built into us and as humans to choose a tribe and stick with it. I think it's because we're kind of conditioned into thinking of things in terms of like good guys and bad guys, and realizing that there aren't any in some cases can be pretty devastating concept. Yeah, like whenever, like when people realize that like Star Wars isn't reality and that Disney narratives are not truth, and that reality is filled with like a series of just endless gray, black and white all over the place, you know what I mean? Like it's just like when I've seen videos where they start to like sit there and say maybe the Empire was actually the good guys, and the fact that they were somehow maintaining the peace and economy of an entire galaxy without it devolving into just, you know, individualized cartel groups running certain areas which could enforce things in a non-uniform way, and in fact be even further exploitative and violent, like the Mafia or Al-Qaeda or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it starts to, you know, make you ponder things about the reality of how life is run, and bringing about some sort of like revolution is not your solution, you know. It's just it's so weird to me actually, like the fact that narrative is still kind of pushed around a lot, that we need a revolution. It's like, dude, you do realize if you do a revolution, it's not like you wake up in a week from now and it's gonna be Bernie as president or something. No, dude, you are going to be dead. You are going to be starved. You are going to be dead. Not as a threat. I mean that as in the sense of like you going out to resist as or whatever you're trying to do is going to be misguided. It's going to be confused. You're going to have a serious injury, you know, and it could result in just a bloodbath, you know. So it's just like, what the, and you're telling me that these same billionaires that you don't trust don't have a contingency plan for literally any sort of like uprising that you could ever contemplate in your mind, and that in many ways they're not fomenting that exact scenario right now, whether organic or not, you know. Like these are all things that, like, if you were in intelligence, you would be planning and considering and pondering, and I don't know. You gotta have all variables taken into consideration. And now with AI, I'm sure they've had AI for fucking 80 years now or some shit, that all circumstances have been considered and the direction of things have already been determined. My head's gonna explode, yeah. Al-Qaeda and ISIS are owned by Mossad because they never attack places like Mexico out of fear of starting beef with El Mincho. Well, that's a good point too. I mean, you all you have to do is follow the money to, wonder who is continuing to support said militant groups for sure. Should make mushrooms mandatory. I don't think it would help, really. It seems so crazy to me that after all the medication and all the therapy that Chris really just needed some connection, I don't take it to heart that we as friends couldn't do that for him either, because Chris needed new connections with new people as concrete evidence that he could place faith in his fellow humans again. Sometimes I'd ask him about the group, and that's how I found out that they didn't have any kind of online presence, because they didn't want a whole bunch of people turning up and killing the vibe. It was supposed to be intimate and meaningful, so it was down to attendees to exercise discretion in who they invited. I had to wait months until late December of that same year, 2019, to get anything resembling an invite. But when that invite came, it was not in the form I expected it to be. When Chris asked if I was still interested in getting involved, I told him I didn't know about mother's love. All we needed was a little bit of mother's love. What's the new world religion gonna be, guys? When everybody's all under one banner, what is it gonna be? When Chris asked if I was still interested in involved, oh yeah. Presidents making world-changing decisions while on mushrooms would be crazy. Well, that's the thing, is like, I don't even know if they make any. I mean, maybe they do have like some final say in things, but I really at this point can only even think that the only way you have like a strong continuity of government is to like maintain staff in the background, right? Maintain continuity of like characters, maintain, the exchanging of hands and expectations. It's just like basically getting like a new face or a new CEO of some sort. I mean, because honestly, you really think like the taking of Maduro down in fucking Venezuela was Trump's idea? And do you think that operation was just kicked off as soon as he took office? Like, I don't know. To me, it just seems like a complete impossibility. Like, you have to have people go down there and scout the area, then you have to have people go down there and infiltrate, and then you got to have, I don't know anything about military operations in that regard, but it's certainly not Trump's like, I've got a really good idea. We're going to use some fucking cool sound wave technology to make everyone really confused, and then we're going to go in there and get it. Like, it's just, no. When Chris asked if I was still interested in getting involved, I told him I didn't know about involved, but I sure did want to stop by so I could check it out. And that's when he told me about the winter retreat. And according to him, Mother's Love had reached the point where expansion was starting to make sense, so each current member had been instructed to pick out a +1 for a weekend of camping. And then the Trump voice stays, yeah. You're gonna love my nuts. Most of Trump's ideas aren't his own. Well, right, exactly. I mean, I don't think that applies to. I mean, listen, I think sometimes you have to sit there and think to yourself, like, are any of these individuals who represent, the forefront of the face that you see within politics, making a single fucking decision? Like, outside of just like hearing what the decision is from Larry Ellison or whatever. Hey Trump, we're coming in, we're gonna completely corner the market on everything AI, owning like all of the AI databases, and you know what I mean, and then we're gonna do a $500 billion restructuring of AI infrastructure throughout the United States, and somehow day one he just comes in and just starts signing fucking executive, like it's just, there's people, none of it. You know what I'm saying? Look at the police sketches of the Madeleine McCann kidnapping suspect. One looks like Ghislaine Maxwell Jeffrey's girlfriend. Her dad was freaky too, bro. Yeah, I remember hearing that, we were talking last stream about, like, Jean-Benet Ramsey may have been kidnapped or whatever, or, like, human trafficked as well. To be fair, I don't see a lot of these, like Venezuela, Greenland proposals being pushed through in the Bush era. Like George Bush Jr.? I guess because, like, the plan that time was go get the Middle East and secure Iraq, Afghanistan, or whatever. And, like, so that was their, like, imperialistic move, right? Create an endless war, destabilizing the Middle East. And then it expanded, because there it was, like, it really didn't make any sense because it's like 9/11, right? Apparently Saudi pilots, right? But then supposedly planned by Osama bin Laden, whose family literally that day, his uncle was meeting with the Bushes, like literally right down the street on 9/11. And then, from that, somehow they just, like, quickly in this short period of time, like, have all the units mobilized to invade Afghanistan and then Iraq or whatever. And then it's like, and then under Obama, we expanded that war theater from 2 to 5 additional war theaters, North Africa and the remainder of the Middle East, right? Destabilizing that entire area, creating what we now see as the migrant crisis, or whatever. And somehow those NGOs are just really effectively like I don't know. I mean, I can go into all of it, but I mean, I didn't quite understand what you were saying, I suppose. I never seen anything as ridiculous as the president wanting to take over Greenland of all places in the Gulf of America gag. Well, I mean, once again, it's like the things you see on the superficial level is not what actually is the purpose. Like, there are incredibly powerful groups who want to secure Greenland as a testing ground and for, I don't know if it's like sort of like an autonomous zone of like cryptocurrency usage or whatever, but there's also a large amount of like natural mineral, like rare earth minerals in Greenland that they want to secure. It's also going to be like a strategic checkpoint as far as, during World War III or whatever, for basically fighting back against Russia. There's a lot of like strategic purposes to that land, but I mean, there's going to be individuals well above themselves that, want to secure it for their own nefarious purposes. And it really has nothing to do with, like, Trump is literally just like an instrument of destruction. Like, if you really sit there and like retroactively look at who he is he's used, one, in the media to divide the population. Like, our arguments that we might have here or on the internet or in public or at fucking Thanksgiving dinner, you know what I mean? But then on top of that, he's also there to serve, the billionaires and the elites and that kind of thing. Like, there's really, all of this like America First nonsense. It was just complete hogwash bullshit. Like, none of it. And then but if you really sit there and think about it too, retroactively, he was also the exact reason things amplified to the degree that they did in a negative sense. Like, it's whether it was the censorship or whether it was the divisiveness, like whether it was like certain reactions from the states and reacting how they did to certain chaotic events, like all of it was under the, the predication of him, and opposing anything that was said. And like I said, all it does is basically create no sort of pragmatic, reasonable response to anything. Like, everything has to be divisive. Like, there's just no going back. Right, that logic they're most likely using, they will probably go after somewhere in the Middle East further in the timeline, at least I reckon so. Go after somewhere in the, well, yeah, they've already, we've literally surrounded Iran. Like, there's no way that the war with Iran is not happening. Like, that is 100% happening. We're in position. Things, I mean, if anything, we're just like goading them to do something. And at the very least, do you remember, it was the weirdest shit. Do you remember when Trump, like, he was doing his campaign, and then he, that kid who was in like a BlackRock commercial took a shot at Trump and I guess nicked his ear, but he still killed 2 people in the audience behind. They don't ever talk about that. But for some reason, the media had like loaded in like their docket, and that they were going to run this stuff saying that somehow the kid was like funded by Iran to like kill Trump. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if like that is like like part of the long-term plan related to him, to justify going into Iran. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not another attempt on his life in that sense to justify that, because it was the weirdest thing too, because like after it, he was having meetings and people were asking him how he's doing. He's got this stupid shit on his ear and stuff, and he was like, I have a letter. There was a letter I actually have a letter in my glove compartment here, at my desk at the White House, and basically the letter, Joe Biden didn't have a letter, but I have a letter, and it says, should I ever be assassinated, that there will be unrelenting fury, fire and fury, or some other stupid like aggressive language or something, basically saying that it'll be that we will destroy, absolutely obliterate Iran. And I can I don't know why the fuck he was saying it, but I mean it was so strange and abstract. It was almost like a weird Freudian, not like a Freudian slip, but it was almost like he's been thinking about it, how like some type of like grander intelligence plan is to kill, to have an assassination in the name of, it was Iran, and then to justify an attack or whatever. And then here comes the Peter Thiel puppet of J.D. Vance to come in and take over things and expand, wherever they want to go. And I don't know, I guess Trump fucks, like if whether his assassination is authentic or not, he can fuck off to Argartha or whatever. And then we continue on with the plan. Thing is Iran is on the precipice of calling hundreds of thousands of citizens because people hate the Ayatollah and prefer the Shah days. I mean, it sounded like, things were better in the 70s and stuff. But that's like the weirdest thing is like back during that Iran-Contra days, that was William Barr. And I think the weirdest connection, and not the weirdest one ever, but it was like William Barr, his dad, I believe his name was Donald Barr or something like that. He was sort of like the guy that hired Jeffrey Epstein in New York at that all-girls like prep school or preparatory school that he like worked at. And William Barr's dad wrote a really creepy book about like how there were people that would human traffic kids to this like secretive planet and stuff, almost like a sort of Jeffrey Epstein, parallel and stuff. And it's all just so fucking weird how connected all of them are to like some larger operation. Do you believe rich face deaths? What do you mean, rich face deaths? Rich face deaths. He would write some killer smut. Yeah, I don't know. Trump definitely seems quite sassy at times. And he really enjoyed Bubba's hog. Do you believe the rich fake deaths? Oh yeah, I'm kind of under the interpretation at this point that Jeffrey Epstein's death was not a suicide. It was not him being killed by anybody, but I believe that they faked his death basically and did some, like during that minute of footage where like it was missing or whatever from the prison. I mean, you have a minute, get him out, put him in the car, bring a body in or whatever, and I don't know, like pay off the security guards or kill them or what, you know what I mean? Like it's probably a pretty simple operation when you think about it. To get somebody out of there, especially if they've done everything in their power to thus point to protect Epstein, saying like don't touch him, he's intelligence, or giving him some sort of sweetheart deal back in 2008. All of these things, that's what I'm saying, like none of the narrative makes any sense, because it was like, if that was something that they wanted to avoid talking about, right? Trump didn't want it to come out, then why during his first term did his people under William Barr go after Epstein, right? Why did they do that? What, and then why leading up to that was Trump advocating for the release of the Epstein files? Same with like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all those guys. Like, why were they advocating for it? And then during Biden's term, they didn't release it. They didn't release it as well, having supposedly had that dirt on Trump. Nobody talked about it. And then you get it, and then Trump gets in, and suddenly it's like Trump doesn't want to talk about it. And you're like, this is such a fucking strange switch up. And everybody involved in the process of like releasing this information, to me, it genuinely very much feels like everything we've got along the way as far as like the Epstein narrative is what they call a limited hangout, or basically like just a controlled burn of sorts, or what they call it, like burn point or burn after read. You know what I mean? Like you give the public, you tantalize them with these, narratives that are useful in the moment. But like say the things about Jeffrey Epstein's whole operation, you only reveal the information that's like helpful for you to advance whatever particular agenda you want. But you don't reveal the bigger things. You don't reveal Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in like cloning, or you don't, reveal Jeffrey Epstein's like involvement in any, various other eugenic processes and involvement with science and all these like very strange things. But if there truly is in the next, why am I even ranting about this shit? I don't even know. But if there truly is, through the usage of these, immigration riots and ICE and the escalation of domestic violence there, and then, that escalating to the governors reacting a certain way, and then Trump using further force from the federal government, if that begins to the sort of like self-implosion of the United States, especially economically, and then we have a war, abroad with like Iran and all that kind of stuff, in some ways, revealing all this information about Epstein, convincing a large percent of the population that like the entire place is rigged and it's run by satanic pedophiles, in many ways, in my mind, almost seems like a preconditioning process in which you're trying to get the population comfortable with it all coming down, right? You're trying to get the population comfortable with the idea that they want it to fail, But at the same time, it's not like it's impeding your process of that controlled demolition. Like you still are able to control the narrative, control information, and then control the outcome. So it's literally still the same sort of like problem, reaction, solution, playbook that they use all the time. Haley, thank you so much and welcome to the Butterstock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Hope you had missed you a few live streams. Good to see you, Lassie. How you doing? Joe, what are your thoughts on the famed dance group, the Dancing Israelis? They had a goated show September 21. Yeah, it's I would not be surprised if those kinds of things are orchestrated as well, and it makes sense because if you look at it, once again, that's why I don't understand. There's so many things that you can see is an event, right? It's an event. It's a turning point in the world, and then you look at all the things that came after, and it's almost like reverse engineering, right? An alien craft lands. You get the alien craft, and you can reverse engineer how to make your own alien craft, right? So in the same way, whenever a big event happens that justifies us going into the Middle East and toppling all those places, the petrodollar and the control of poppy trade through there and all that kind of stuff, as well as displacing millions of like Muslims and things like that and Arabs, it's just like you start to like see these things playing out later, and you just sit there and you think retroactively like, oh, okay, so this wasn't some organic thing. Perhaps this may have been like long-term planning, and there was, and that's why what you're seeing right now, it just like doesn't necessarily feel organic. It just feels like we, as these peaceful monkey people on Earth, are just constantly being taken through the freaking ringer with event after event after event after event. And it's like, guys, please, I get it. You got plans. You don't want many of us to be around. You want us dead. You want us suffering. You want to harvest our pain and all that kind of stuff. But please just have mercy here and there. According to him, Mother's love had reached a point where expansion was starting to make sense, so each current member had been instructed to pick out a +1 for a weekend of camping. And then to incentivize their attendance, the whole weekend of the retreat would be entirely free for that +1. And at first I wasn't sure because spending 2 nights in a tent together in the freezing cold did not sound like my idea of fun. But when Chris told me it'd be more like glamping, as in like super warm tents with excuse me, sorry. Hey Jeanette, how you doing? Lizard people feed on psychic energy according to YouTube before the lizard people censorship policies. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to conspiracy stuff, that's the one where I'm like, I don't know how far I can go with it, you know what I mean? Because I remember what's his name, David Icke, you know, he got banned on YouTube for a while, but then he like came back. Don't you find it that kind of strange? There was a period of time where you couldn't say things on YouTube, and then all of a sudden you can. It's just like, what the fuck is that? Like, if they control the narrative, why suddenly let off the gas when it comes to that kind of stuff? Maybe there was a particular period of time in which they wanted one particular narrative not to be touched, but also conditioned the large population's mind to be comfortable with the idea of censorship and political correctness and all that kind of stuff. I don't think Ike is unbanned, but like, you know, when it comes to his ideas of like lizard people, like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, you know? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, like I said before, if you believe in aliens, why not lizard aliens? And why not lizard aliens from another fucking dimension? You know how like people on Reddit or whatever, or like, you know, people with such high IQs, they'll sit there and be like, of course, we're not alone in this universe. And it's like, okay, if we're not alone in this universe, then why not fucking weird reptilian beasts who have been around for so long and have no sort of like connection to us as mammals, that they would rather just us suffer, and they would cut out our fucking, you know, adrenal glands and suck them clean like a Tootsie Pop. I think a lot of people don't realize how cool, hip, and quirky psyop shit can be. It feels like you are being a rebel when you're really just doing exactly what evil, powerful. Well, yeah, it's like, do you really think a movement is authentic when it's like sponsored by Pepsi? No, it's like, it has no meaning to it whatsoever. Like, if anything, like back in, you know, the Occupy Wall Street days, whenever that seemed like that was like the cool left, you know what I mean? Like the left felt like it was actually pushing back against bankers and the controlled sort of demolition during those, like, you know, what were they, the high, you know, those like failed mortgage loans that caused like the economic failures into 2009 and that kind of thing, but then the restructuring from the banks and the bailing out of the banks and all that kind of stuff, and then the fucking Occupy Wall Street. But now it's like those movements are hijacked. Like nothing feels organic anymore. Like nothing feels like it's actually authentic for those people that have a lot of energy for that kind of stuff or support that kind of stuff. It feels like they just kind of like, I mean, really everybody just kind of wants to go along with the crowd. Because there really is a sense of like strong fearfulness that is generated politically, where you don't want to be ostracized from your group. And if you get ostracized from your in-group, it's like death, you know? It was an eye-opener hearing the propaganda stuff behind Captain Planet. Oh yeah, that was interesting. Mr. Lizard, how many licks is the center of Adrenal Gland? You should write that down. Or you should you should draw that, but draw it in like the form of the fucking, like that old cartoon or that old commercial. Hey Azzy, how you doing? Are you supposed to clack teeth together when you're making out? I think so. I think it's only teeth. That's, instead of only fans, it's only teeth. It's people with big gums. But when Chris told me it'd be more like glamping, as in like super warm tents with super fancy features, I totally had to reconsider. He said the food would be all vegan, which was awesome, and that the open bar on Saturday night would be a really fun way of making new friends while getting lit for free. Well, that about sealed it for me, and I promptly prepared myself for a weekend of winter camping. We arrived at what amounted to a luxury campground on Friday afternoon, and it was totally amazing. They had showers, a bar that served hot food, and then a kind of conference. Am I Canadian now? I'm from the United States. Please reply. What did you say? Mallory. I don't really see what you said. If he was confused glamping with clomping. What the hell is clomping? What the hell is going on? Just reading stories, reading chat. What do you think you're doing? You ordered a Baconator? Let's fucking go. Isn't it kind of late? Is it still open? Okay. They had showers, a bar that served hot food, and then a kind of conference and party room. And the tents? They were more like miniature cabins. They had covered floors, a heater, separate sleeping compartments, thank God to be honest, and a little communal space with squishy log pillows to sit on. We didn't just have super cozy, faux fur-lined sleeping bags either. We were giving these heavy, memory foam sleeping mattresses as well, and they were super squishy and soft. It was definitely not what sprang to mind when I thought free camping weekend, but I also remember wondering, who the hell put all the money up for this? And I definitely wasn't about to question it though, so I just sort of went with it. Now once we were all settled in, one of the retreat's organizers stopped by mine and Chris's tent and asked us to attend a little conference hall for the welcoming ceremony. We found about 30 people in the conference hall before Chris started introducing me to some of the people he knew. We chatted for a while, making introductions, and finally, an older lady took to the podium and asked for our attention. She introduced herself as Mary, and then after welcoming all the newcomers to Mother's Love, she touched on some topics that we'd be discussing over the next 48 hours or so. And only then did I realize that Chris hadn't told me the whole story. I don't want to rehash everything that Mary Lady said. Hello, I'm Mary Lady. The City of Rapture. What tools do private investigators get to use to dig up information on people? I think it's just Facebook. I had a McDonald's the other day after months about fast food. Feel like I'm going to die eating it. Yeah, sometimes you need it just to remind yourself that this is the food that kills you. Joel, I love you. Thank you. I love you too. Joel, would you live in a floating city in the sky or a sunken city under the ocean? I feel like the sky city would be a little bit more possible, but at the same time, getting between the various locations, and imagine getting used to the altitude. Did they ever even address that in the game about what the altitude difference was like, or did they just pump oxygen out of? I don't know. I feel like that would be hard to maintain, especially like an open floor plan, you know? Dude, freaking BioShock was so sick, man. BioShock 1 might be one of my favorite games. Joel, are you doing Expedition on Unk Raiders? Dude, I actually am not, because I still haven't finished my freaking, my stupid chairs, or what are they called? The workbenches? Because you have to finish your workbenches before you can actually have any fun. No, but it's tough because you play with friends, right? And all your friends want to do is be like, dude, are we running Stella Montis, bro? We're running Stelly. Bro, we're running Stelly, bro. We're going to get some fucking sick goop. And then you go there and get your butthole reamed out, and then it's just like, God, now you don't have anything because you lost your shotgun. And then you never make any progress in your fucking workshops because you need a stupid... What are those roly-polies that, the surveyors? You got to get the surveyors. And it just takes so long because it's all RNG. Dude, the RNG in that game is so fucking stupid. And I don't mean just looking through lockers and shit. I mean there's RNG in where you spawn. There's RNG in what time you spawn in. And so it's by that point everything's all gooped up and, whether or not a fucking surveyor even spawns at all and you have the chance to get it, and it's just so much of the game is so fucking tedious. So fucking tedious. And the worst part is they literally nerf. They nerf so much shit. Oh, the economy is actually too forgiving when it comes to like getting seeds. And when you would go to the seed vault, you would get 50 seeds a stash. Well, guys, guess what? We're going to move the seeds back to 5 seeds, a stash. And it's just like, fuck you, dude. Like, at least start small and go big instead of like, we know what it feels like to have a bunch of economy, and now it's just... Anyways. Yeah, I'm talking about Minecraft. Christian Yost, welcome to the Butterstock Call. You have access to bonus content. You still see me? I know you're waiting to see my name. There you are. Did you eat your burger? Joel, why is Joel talking about how expensive getting people's seed is? I do say that every time we go to the seed vault in Arkham, I'm like, boys, let's go to the cum vault. And they say, Joel, the cum vault? What do you mean? And it's like, well, it's like human seed. It's very similar. Would you rather have a cat with the head of a dog or a dog with the head of a cat? Probably a cat with the head of a dog. That'd be cute. The cum caves, yeah. There was a time in the 80s where the government was subsidizing everybody's jizz, and then they made way too much jizz and didn't have anything to do with it, and on taxpayer dollars they started digging into caves to store all of, like, pretty much everybody on Earth's semen. It's insane. They could clone all 8 billion of us at any moment. I don't want to rehash everything that Mary lady said, because she talked for like 45 minutes, but most of it was about the seminars, and this is the gist of it. There was one about maintaining a low impact on the environment, which was all well and good, but then there was one about anti-natalism, which turned out to be a fancy word for thinking having babies is like wrong or something. And when I asked Chris about that afterwards, he said some people believe the Earth is so overpopulated that it's messing up the environment. But I thought Chris's group was just coffee and pancakes, not hardcore political stuff. And Chris said it didn't start out that way. It was just something that they all got talking about over time. But there seemed to be a dramatic difference between the seminar on centering oneself in nature and the one I think was titled The Death March of Western Capitalism. Now, I thought we were going to be drinking cocoa around a campfire and going on nature walks, but Chris just kind of shrugged it off. He said he wasn't really into the political stuff either, so we could just sit it out if we wanted. Anyone remember that dude who snuck into Buckingham Palace and sat on the end of the Queen's bed? My dad said they framed him and had him sent to a mental ward. Fucking hell. What made him go into sit in Buckingham Palace's bed? But yeah, I mean, after you do that, I imagine the royal family is like, fuck this guy. Wish more people would get into the dinosaur game, The Isles. Hey, Tess. I feel like I've seen The Isles. Let's see this. Is it where you start out as like a tiny dinosaur and then slowly grow into a big one? Yeah, I think I've seen this. Like you can start out as like come out of an egg and then get bigger over time. Dinosaurs and trains, the ultimate goals of Tylenol Americans. Exactly. I'm pretty sure the only people that I've ever seen play this are a little bit on the spectrum. Which is fine. But I will be coming for you. Full-grown pizza. Just snuck into the place for no reason, I think, and I think he just wanted to talk to the Queen. Well, now he can talk to her in hell. He said he wasn't really into the political stuff either, so we could just sit it out if I wanted to and head off on that nature walk when I was excited to. And then I asked him about something Mary had said when she was introducing herself, and his response wasn't nearly so reassuring. And so when Mary, the organizer lady, introduced herself, She said a number in the 300s and then ppm, and I'm thinking, huh? What? In my head, but she just breezed right past it without explaining. Chris said that Mary and a lot of the regulars didn't use numbers to describe their birth years. They used ppm, which after poop meanus. They used ppm, which after double checking it, definitely stands for parts per million, and then the number describes how much CO2 there was in the atmosphere during that year. And so like when Mary said, I was born in 300 whatever ppm, she meant like the 50s or something. And I remember thinking, bro, what the heck? This is goofy as hell. Because, yeah, screw the oil companies, dude, sure. But using ppm instead of just saying your birth year, just a bunch of weirdos. But Chris didn't think it was all that funny. I mean, he smiled, but he didn't seem to think it was dumb like I did. And then I asked him if he knew what ppm he was born at. Then, without skipping a beat, he then says 352. Now, he laughed at my reaction and said that he didn't go around telling people like Mary and the others. It was just something he Googled one time out of interest, and that happened then. Parts per million. What the fuck? What is going on? I snuck into the oh yeah. I haven't subscribed because I'm broke, but you're literally my favorite storytellers. Everything sounds so authentic, and you got me through thousands of miles over the road. Love you. Love you too, bro. Dude, don't even worry about it. You don't need to become a member or anything like that. I mean, honestly, just watching the video, it, slowly builds up over time, right? Because you watch the ads pay money, etc., etc. Not saying you have to or anything like that, but it's, just the viewership itself is a huge assistance. Joel, do you know what defenestration means? And if so, why does that word exist? It's a new word I learned today. Uh-oh, I'm getting baited, aren't I? It's okay. Defenestration. The action of throwing someone out of a window. Death by defenestration is a venerable history. I hear they do that in Iran, but usually from the rooftops. Justin, welcome to the... No, thank you for the gifter. To Zampai. Welcome, Sam. You're still streaming live. I went to the bar down the street just for some karaoke. I had a burry and went to the In-N-Out. Ate double, came back, and you're still on. I know, dude. It's going on 4 hours. We're still yapping about fuck all. Am I right? How was the bar? How was bukkake karaoke? Is bukkake the same as karaoke? He laughed at my reaction and said he didn't go around telling people like Mary and the others. It was just something he Googled one time out of interest and then happened to remember. And I remember feeling like I'd kind of let him down because I was definitely not going to be able to sit through a whole bunch of political seminars. But he said not to worry, that we'd just go to the ones that sounded interesting to me. And then we went over to dinner and got talking about some of the other campers. And that part was actually super fun. Like, I'm a really social butterfly, so getting to meet everyone was cool. Dinner was great too, and we had vegan Indian food and a few drinks, and then after more of that political talk from Mary, we all went back to our tents to enjoy our early night before an early start. Now, I won't bore you with everything we did that next day because it was a lot, but it was actually super chill until dinner that evening when we started to get hyped about the party with all the free booze. But before we went off to our tents again to get ready, Mary had an announcement to make. She said the next morning all the retreat's male attendees would be entitled to receive a gift, a blessing of Mother Nature in fact, and it was entirely free. Unfortunately, the same gift would not be bestowed on female attendees, but that was something that they were looking into, and anyone interested should approach an organizer with their queries. There was a lot of confused female faces, but also noticed how not all the girls there looked confused. Some of them looked like they knew exactly why, and that should have been my first big clue right there. Well, heading back to the glamping tent to get ready for the party, I asked Chris what this free gift was all about. Chris said that he had to talk to me about something, but I asked if it could wait because by that point my curiosity was burning. But then Chris said that it was very... Mike Hawk, welcome to the Buttersup Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Mike. How many stories tonight? I think it's only 3, so This is 2, but we're about halfway through it. After reading that Russian story, though it was good, it was long. These kind of feel like, I feel like mentally more, maybe I should just read all the time and then it wouldn't be a big deal. The karaoke bukkake. It's like you're up there doing karaoke and, well, how would it work, I guess? You'd be on your knees and everybody would be surrounding you as you were singing. I don't know what they're doing exactly, but they're really, really close. Hey, Astrid, what's up, dude? Was the Russian one the LSD story? No, it was like yesterday's bonus content, which is pinned up above if you want to check it out. This be Michelle. What's up, Michelle? We got a new... See, that's what's so interesting. We got Astrid, Michelle, and Lottie Lou all came in at the same time. So that tells me that, like, YouTube sends out notifications in, like, batches. But they send them out in, like, you know, over time. But I really do think, like, algorithmically that YouTube should send out notifications to the people that are regularly at a stream as soon as it happens, right? Because it's been almost 4 hours. And to get notified 4 hours late for a stream just seems really strange to me. How's it going? It's going good. Yeah, everybody do a line of butter. I'm so addicted and I get obsessed with things and people. Is that bad? I guess it just depends on your definition of obsessed or whatever. I usually get there on time. No, it's all good, but it's just funny that I see a group of people come in at one time, and I've seen it happen before, and I just have to assume that YouTube sends out noties in like little spurts, you know. But yeah, if you really want to get it notified right when it happens, follow the Instagram story. That's where I will usually post when I go live. Joe, have you considered doing a 24-hour radio stream for the channel since you have decades and decades and decades of content? No, because I mean, I look at those other channels that do it, and it's like, I don't know, they don't really have that many viewers, and I don't want it to like cut into the normal videos or anything like that, or the normal streams when I go live, so I'll probably just keep it like this, right? Patreon smut reading when? Probably tomorrow. Oh my god. I need to be thrown into a ball pit. Okay. But then Chris said it was that very same free gift he wanted to talk to me about. And so I'm thinking, okay, go on. And when he told me, I remember my jaw dropping. Because Chris told me that free gift was a vasectomy. Now, I thought he was joking, and while Chris was smiling, it wasn't in a jokey way, more like in a this is good news kind of way. As it turns out, I had no idea this was the case till Chris went through it with me, but a vasectomy is actually a super simple procedure. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with vegans? Do you guys remember Vegan Gains? I just now realized, I remember he got a vasectomy, and I always thought it was because he wanted to, you know, he's like a good-looking guy, right? So he wants to fuck a bunch of people. But he doesn't want to have a kid. And I was like, oh, okay. But now I realize, I'm like, oh my god. Vegan people are so fucking obsessed with like the earth as like an abstract concept, and this like concept that like people as a whole are hurting the earth to the extent that they're just like, let's not have babies ever and let's get vasectomy. It's just weird to think like, does veganism not like sound like it was drummed up in a fucking lab somewhere by some group of people who don't want humans to to like eat meat or fucking like populate? It literally just sounds like the fact that it all kind of coincides with each other. None of it sounds like it was organically conceived by a bunch of people who want to treat animals well. It just seems like it was a like actually fucking like weird Scientology cult idea that expanded outwards, or was like, I would not be surprised if you looked into the concepts of vegan and it's like somehow like is like an MK Ultra experiment or some shit like that. Antinatalism Malthusianism, economics, commie gobbledygook. Oh, doesn't what's his name say that? Doesn't Norm Macdonald say that? Gobbledygook. Oh, that's funny as shit. Yeah, I guess that's probably. I just don't know where it comes from. Like, I get it. Like, you don't like to see pigs' heads cut off and that kind of thing. Totally cool. Totally get that. But it's just like, don't have babies. Because more babies means more humans. And me no like human. Human must die. Like, it's basically just this sort of like strange, like distaste, for the human race to such an extent that you would rather see it just like die out in the name of the planet. It's like we are like bacteria within the human. It's like imagine an autoimmune, like a disease within your body that's an autoimmune disease, and it's just like, well, I guess that's not because that kills the host, but you know what I mean? It's just like like the good bacteria in your stomach saying that it should kill itself or stop reproducing because what if there's too many of us and it hurts? I think it's just like such a strange and abstract out there concept. Like, why are you more concerned about the earth as a whole as opposed to just you as an individual and your community and this typical progressions of and to sit there and even think that you have the authority to speak on the fact that the earth has too many people. Like, isn't that the weirdest thing, whether you're a billionaire or you're some like low-level dummy like me? Like, who are we to fucking say people shouldn't fucking have kids? Like, what a fucking weird narcissistic idea to run through someone's brain. Malthusian economics was the elites of the 1800s thinking we needed less hoi polloi. I've never seen that. We needed to stop breeding. It was successful spread from the elites to the rabble as an idea. I guess that really does it seems like it was a trickled down concept where dude, imagine how many weird ideas we could think of that make no fucking sense if we could just appeal to people's emotions. If we could just, think of something that usually makes people feel really bad about doing, and then attach a bunch of like abstract other concepts to the end of it, and you can just keep going really with it. Their diet is designed to slowly die from malnutrition. Oh, perfect. Large populations have resulted in quicker advances in things like automation, which can unlock options like cleaner energy and more resources as a whole. Yeah, and it seems like we actively go out of our way to fight those options. Because who would do? Okay, this was the weirdest story, probably one of the weirdest stories of the end of 2025. I believe it was 2025. Do you recall that one dude who went? He did that shooting, and it was at Brown, right? And then he went and killed him. I gotta look this up. It was the weirdest fucking thing. He went and killed that like astrophysicist or whatever. 400 people listen to some jackwad. Not just 400 people. 4.9 million people every month listen to me. Isn't that crazy? Who was the guy who killed someone, then went to Brown University to kill a colleague? Justin Moan. Is that who it was? I want to get it right because it's Amy Bishop, members of the volume. Amy, biology professor. Wait, no. This was 2025. Sorry. Still supporting me. That's all good. I don't even know why I'm a jackwad. What did I say? It was eye-opening realizing the whole get the Earth population down less than 1 billion was not the genius idea it was sold to be in my youth. I mean, it's just weird. Like, doesn't it sound... I mean, I get it. Like, you want to eat... Maybe you find the concepts of eating meat, abhorrent, which is understandable when you sit there and look at, like, if you consider animals equal to yourself, seeing them treated like shit, I get it. But then to sit there and, like, continue to extrapolate outwards, it feels culty, Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, a 48-year-old Portuguese national and former Brown University student, is believed to have carried out a mass shooting at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island on December 13th, 2025. In the attack, he killed 2 students and wounded 9 others in an engineering classroom. Then what happened next? 2 days later, on December 15th, 2025, Valente allegedly shot and killed Nuno Loureiro, a physics professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. But the weird thing was, it was like, what was Nuno Loureiro studying? Vegans are pretentious because half the world population is vegetarian because of poverty. It's not magic or anything. Yeah, and it's weird. I mean, if a vegan right there was mad that I'm the jackwad for thinking that, it's like, to me, that's a pretentious manner in which to like think, is that if you disagree with someone, you're immediately a jackwad, you know, like it's like, or they're the jackwad, like you're not really having a conversation or even strengthening your perspective. If the only argument you can make in an argument is guilt tripping people, like what are you accomplishing? Are you going to convert someone to your religion by making them feel bad? That's stupid. He was a professor in physics and nuclear science and engineering at MIT. His main research focus was plasma physics, particularly magnetic reconnection, plasma turbulence, confinement, and transport and fusion plasmas. There are areas of central understanding of how hot ionized gas plasma behaves, both in fusion reactors aimed at clean energy and in astrophysical phenomena like solar flares. Fusion energy and plasma dynamics. He was a director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, which works on the science and engineering challenges of nuclear fusion, trying to replicate the process that power the sun on Earth. Okay, this was the weird thing that jumped out to me. It was like, so now we're targeting, like to me it just seems like targeting, like I get that this guy may have had some sort of vendetta or psychotic breakdown or whatever, but it generally seems like killing these kinds of people are the ones that are impeding the progression of getting away from, the issues of, fossil fuels and all that kind of stuff. Like, it generally seems like these alternative energies that could be utilized are almost being like mitigated from coming out or whatever. But at the same time, it's like strange to think, it's like, obviously you would be digging into $1 trillion industry by like stopping fossil fuels overnight or anything like that. But at the same, I don't know, I'm like, why push the idea of anti-fossil fuels, but then also try to maintain it so hard? It's like such a strange thing unless you already have like some other plan in mind. Having less than 1 billion humans means you aren't going to have the number of scientists you want to advance how you want. You won't have the infrastructure to do utopian dream building. Yeah, and I don't really think the future is like, unless you are able to have these like major breakthroughs in less than 1 billion people on Earth. But at the same time, like, what is the desired future? Like, just a bunch of compliant sheep? But, like, is it going to be a cool, like, future where everyone flies around? Or is it just going to be really boring? You ever heard about the kids from the Dublin massacre claiming that there were 2 shooters? There were rumors that Thomas Hamilton, the supposed shooter, was connected to Savile and Prince Charles. I did not hear about that. Perfecting society is kind of a pipe dream, and if you delay going to the stars till you perfect civilization, you are never going to go to the stars, and the stars give us post-scarcity. Yeah, I mean, and I just feel like do we even have the technology to get to the stars? Like, terraform Mars, blah, blah, blah. Like, it just seems like it would be I don't even know. I don't know how long it would take the process to do so. And do you really want to go there? Like, do we need... I don't know, if we're going to go there, we're going to go there the same reason why we left certain continents to go to other continents, and the same reason we explore places and take it over. It's just the natural human way. It's not going to be because we give a shit about overpopulation. Just be a little less of a jackwad. I can't, though. I can't, because you haven't defined the term jackwad. What is a jackwad to you? A jackwad to me is going to be different to a jackwad to, Naturator in chat or Mon Bleu, and who knows? What if they think you're a jackwad? Then what do we do then? If you think I'm a jackwad, they think you're a jackwad, it's jackwadception at this point. Who's the real jackwad? It's all subjective. You will have innumerable O'Neill cylinder-style space stations before you terraform Mars. What's O'Neill space station? We're already littering space. Is there a reason to perpetuate humanity? Really? Why are we so fucking important? Well, it's the same reason why you have, like, someone might have like a sex drive. Like there's it's just the natural way of things of procreating, and you don't have to do it. Like no one's forcing you to participate in it, it's just like, but this idea, this weird sci-fi idea that someone is in charge or even has like the ability to tell others not to procreate or do whatever they want with their life, it's just, that to me is just, pretty negative and strange. The natural way of things is for species to die out too. That's true, and maybe, maybe we will. I don't know. Just let it, whatever happens, happens, and I know I'm not building any fucking rockets or anything like that. O'Neill cylinders are the spinning space habitats that provide gravity and what if populations of the 10K to 100K. That would be sick. Sometimes I think space is fake. I mean, this like simulation fake, and I think there's also civilization under the earth. Search up the Antarctic Treaty. Yeah, never heard of that. I mean, space being fake would be, I feel like that to me is similar to the lizards, where it's like, how does it even get to that point? The Amish and the Muslims will be fighting next for that beef. Yeah. The argument of fossil fuels as a scapegoat is really going on, but where do I know? I'm no expert. I mean, I don't know. None of us really do. We're all just a couple of jackwads, not believing whatever that guy believes. I'm not going to tell you why, but you're on level 8 jackwaddage. As it turns out, I had no idea this was the case till Chris went through... Now I have a speech impediment. Now I'm sounding like a jackwad. As it turns out, I had no idea this was the case till Chris went through it with me, but a vasectomy is actually a super simple procedure. Guys only need a local anesthetic, and then a trained professional can render a dude infertile with just a single needle-thin puncture to a guy's taint. It's not a major surgery, and while a guy definitely needs to rest up and avoid serious exercise or exertion, it's not like he's going to be held up in a hospital bed for a week like a woman after her hysterectomy. And so after I told Chris, no way, dude, they can't do surgeries out here, that's impossible, he made it clear that not only was it very possible, but he was planning on getting the snip, as he called it, that very next morning. And I'm like, this is a joke, right? But Chris wasn't kidding. He said what brought him so much hope was the idea that no one else would have to suffer like he did. His parents... Well, now we get into the philosophy of his cult. Hey bro, thanks for getting me through my 8-hour shifts. Hey, no worries, Droby, good to see you. Glad you're working. I'm using this as background noise for my jack waddage activities. Yeah. Who up jack and they wad? What do I do in the day-to-day? Oh man, my life is so boring lately. It's just basically work out, hang out with people. I mean, hanging out with people is cool, but my sleep schedule, as you can tell, it's already 3:30 in the morning and I'm still awake. And I'm probably not going to get to bed till an ungodly hour. What if the Amish don't want to go to space? Too fucking bad. They will have a colony on Mars. And they'll have fucking teleportation, but also horse and buggies. A jackwad is usually just an ice pick drove into your skull. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think you might be crazy. I think you might be the jerkwad, to be honest with you. Yeah, and I think that's a lobotomy. You still haven't explained what you're even upset about. Howard, who's calling at this godly hour? I'm laughing so hard during... Hey, I appreciate it. He said what brought him so much hope was the idea no one else would have to suffer like he did. His parents had brought him into the world against his will, without ever considering whether he might be happy or not. And that was a mistake he wasn't going to repeat. Knowing he wouldn't be able to reproduce made him feel like he was doing something to solve the problem, even if it was just one small but... Hello, my name's Jack. The name's Wad. Jack Wad. Seriously considering homeschooling? What, like you're gonna homeschool yourself? Oh no, you have kids. I mean, I guess you could still, well, your kids are older now, aren't they? So I don't know if you'd be able to do it now. You can force them to go back like Billy Madison, but for homeschooling. All it takes is one group to go to space and the population expands. Why do I ignore you? I see you, Lottie. What did you type? I'm sorry. Have you ever been to Temecula, California? Your voice sounds kind of like someone I met from there. I don't think so. I've been to Anaheim during a, what's it called, a VidCon. Do you remember VidCon? I went to Anaheim for that, and he's ignoring everyone. What are you guys talking about? I'm getting jack-wadded in here. My wad's getting jacked up. I also got a big long story I'm working my way through. I'm picking at it. I'm still picking, as they say to the servers. He was ignoring me earlier. You guys are going full parasocial. You're ready to kick down my door, so I'll give you a kiss on the forehead. My brother asked if I knew what a chode is, and she looked disappointed when I said yes, like she was hoping she'd be the one to inform me. Ah, dang. Everybody's always so far ahead of me. The kids are calling it chode. Instead of 6-7, they're screaming chode everywhere they go. You jackwads aren't going to space.
Honorary Jackwad, reporting for duty, sir.
I want to ask you, starting a channel and a few questions. If not, no worries. Oh yeah, sorry if I miss it. You can ask whatever question you want here, and we can help you the best I can. I just have a choice that was rude. They have a choice. We're not really, though. If you're going to be a thing, we're all subjected to. What are you talking about? If you have a way to have a green farm in space, you are flatly going to have Amish. Yeah. Someone's going to be like, we're going back to the ways before rocket ships, before interdimensional travel, back when things were pure and we only had Xbox 360 and everyone was named Jack Wad. Knowing he wouldn't be able to reproduce made him feel horny. Sorry. Knowing he wouldn't be able to reproduce made him feel like he was doing something to solve the problem, even if it was just one small but significant act. Now, I'm sure a lot of heartless psychos are going to read this and say, Chris was making a choice about his body. How dare you try and prevent that? Well, first off, go jump in a dumpster. And while you're in there, lying among the trash where you belong, consider that I wasn't objecting to him getting a piercing or getting frosted tips or whatever. I was objecting to him getting a mother-freaking vasectomy. Oh, but what's that I hear you cry? Oh, people from the trash? You can reverse a vasectomy. That is indeed true, but then riddle me this, dumpster dude. Does the reversal involve actual knock-you-out surgery and reopening the old vasectomy scar? Well, yes, it does. And is the surgery always successful? No, it's not. And while I didn't know that till I Googled it in a panic, I sure as heck showed it to Chris when I did. And if he didn't want to have kids, he could put a damned hood on it, or the 100 other not safe for work things people do to make sure their humps don't mean bumps, as they say. But no, Chris had made his mind up. He wanted his little sacred rights so he could respect his mother's love, and there was nothing I could do to convince him otherwise. But on that, he was wrong. Rather than go into the whole drama of what happened when we were drunk, I'll just cut to the important part. We got plastered on all that free alcohol, and while I tried my very best to drop the whole vasectomy objection and just enjoy our time together, that obviously proved impossible. I got fixated on the idea that the root of his motivation was destructive, not constructive, and that maybe he wasn't as mentally well as he thought he. Am I ignoring you? You know what I should do, like while I'm reading the story? I should use my second mouth and second pair of eyes to read everything you guys say and talk to you personally, one-on-one. I feel like that would be kind of freaky. Like as I'm reading, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, what's going on over here? And then I did, oh yeah. I still didn't answer. What did you say, bro? Guys, please don't. New rule, don't guilt trip me for being a jackwad, okay? Guilt tripping is, next people are going to say, let's read. If you don't respond to my message, I swear to God, I'll drive into a telephone pole. Have Pradeep read the chat while you're recording. That would be good. What did you ask? Let's see. Where's it even at? Scrolling. I don't see it, dude. Did you ask something negative? It got removed. I'm up jacking my wad. Asked if I would ever have kids. Oh yeah, dude, I'd love to have kids. It'd be so sweet. It probably would give me like a much deeper sense of purpose in my life for sure. Hence why I kind of understand why people don't want them, because it's like, you know, pain in the ass and stuff. But I don't know. I'm just like, every time I hang out with my friends' kids, they're just so happy and funny, and they like, I make them laugh, and they're happy to see me, and I can, you know, I feel like a grandpa. I'm like buying them gifts and shit or whatever for their birthdays, and you know, it's like you feel like what every other human has felt in the history of happy humans. Hey, see ya, May. Take care. Good to see ya. You know what you like about people? They're dogs. Dogs are cool too. I like dogs. I like cats. I like all of the funny little innocent creatures on earth. I think they're awesome. It grounds you and gives you purpose. Yeah, I think so. I think so, you know. Definitely changes your perspective on everything. It gives you basically something to like occupy yourself with for like the rest of your life. You're like, what's my kid doing? Like, dude, what if I'm 80 years old and I don't have like my kid to go get, you know, food with at a diner, I will be really sad. You know what I mean? I'll be really, really sad about that. Not everyone's going to be sad, but I would be. So, hey Joel, quick question. I met this girl and we've known each other for a few months and we click so well to the point where we vibe and have a lot in common. But the only thing is, she has a 2-year-old. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, that is a tough thing. But, you know, I will say, my stepdad, I was like 2 when I met him, and I bonded really well, you know, to him, right? Because I was young. Now, granted, I had older brothers, and like I said, they were like 9 and 11 years older than me. You know, pretty big difference. So like whenever he came in, he did not, because they were hellions, right? I've told you about them. They get in trouble for shit all the time in the past. Love them, but you know, they made some mistakes. But don't blame them, because they had different, you know, upbringing than I did. A lack of a father, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, the point being is that where they struggled to make that connection with my stepfather, you know, he is now my dad. You know, I call him dad and all that kind of stuff. So, that being said, you know, if things continue to go well, I mean, I think 2 years old is a great process in which to like adopt the responsibilities of someone's kid, and as long as there's not like some insane drama with the baby daddy type shit, you know, and the woman is you're going to be committed to each other and things, you know, I see worth giving it a shot to a degree for sure. But at the same time, you know, I think I can totally understand wanting to kind of just have completely fresh your own family and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, it could be a big blessing to the kid as well to have you in their life and stuff. So Joel was older than his stepdad and he taught him how to ride a bike. Yeah. I used to tuck him in, give him his binky. I'm like, Dad, I need you to sign this this report card that I didn't do very well. Do I know my biological dad? I do not know. He's an interesting character, though. I mean, I the few things I know about him is that he was a engineer, and then now he like travels and like teaches engineering, which is cool. And he doesn't have any other kids from, because I like basically ran into like, you know, my family on his side and asked them about it. This was, you know, quite a time, you know. You think I'm AI? I am a robot. Sit on my face. But yeah, instant family, just add water. That's hilarious. Just add jackwad. Here, everyone. She said he pays child support and apparently he's with some other girls, so it sounds like he's paying the child support. Yeah, I mean, that's not really necessarily that big a deal, but I mean, as long as he's not like some psycho who gets like jealous and, you know what I mean, like causes her a bunch of stress, and as long as they're amicable and, you know, you guys can shake hands and be chill, like, that's the ideal scenario, though. Yeah, you know. What's my nationality? I am from America. You did the Insta family twice. Really? Like you got with two, like, do you have two families? Been on any dates? Not lately, no. You recently watched Grandma's Boys recently. Grandma's Boy is so good. It's so fucking stupid, but we need more of those just like stupid comedies. I actually watched Ace Ventura today, Pet Detective. I've seen the first one, but it's been forever, and it's so funny, dude. I mean, it's not like the funniest movie ever, but it's just, there's some parts that are great. This is my full-time job, yeah. This is it. This is all she wrote, ladies and gents. Did it age well? Oh, Ace Ventura. Yeah, I thought it did. You know, because like it was basically just comes down to like Jim Carrey's physical comedy. And even though there are many people who blame the millennial core sort of thing on the sort of exuberant mannerisms of Jim Carrey, they don't seem to have any issues with Jim Carrey himself, which is, I find interesting. Like, they hate the sort of like, derp, I shouldn't have done that, you know, type thing of like autistic millennials and stuff. But then, like, you know, when, like, alrighty then, you know, with what's his name, fucking Jim Carrey, they seem to really appreciate him, which I do too. I think he's an incredibly talented guy. It makes me want to go watch In Living Color, because that was the one show of his I'd never really watched, but I heard it was hilarious. Do you have any side gigs like trading, etc.? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't do day trading or anything like that, but I, you know, heavily invest in things, and but I find investing to be really boring. Like, literally, so, you know, that's why I kind of tried to start that gym and stuff I mentioned or whatever. Because it seemed like, you know, this could be cool. This is creating a community. This is whatever. It turned out to be a much more stressful scenario than I wanted it to be. But, like, when it comes to, like, trying to make money or all that kind of thing, like, investing in, like, a freaking Roth IRA or putting your money in the index or whatever, fucking, put it into gold, or, you know, it's like, at least real estate gives you something to do, right? You can go repair something. You can go, I don't know, spy on your tenants. No, I'm just kidding. You can put cameras in the toilet and watch them shit. Just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know. I just, like, investments in general, like, unless you're the one participating in the business, it's, like, much more exciting when there's, like, a high-risk, high-reward type scenario. And I feel like the business itself is where you get that high reward when you finally make it happen. Recording Joel Wads, who can fog a mirror. How old am I? I'm 35. Why are people putting core after everything? It's very Joel core. It's very Joel Wad core. Let's roll it all up. I'll go to the loony bin with you. What are we rolling up? PCP, crack rock. Gold has gone up ridiculously. Yeah. Yeah, it continues to rise. I don't know, man. It makes me wonder if we'd ever find ourselves in a situation where the government once again procures everyone's gold. They're like, you have to give us your fucking gold or we'll kill you. It's a very jackwad core of the government to do. And then he does his own. It's not really who succeeded in making them, it's who succeeded in raising them. True. I mean, I definitely think genetics play pretty heavily into, like, who you become. It's just, obviously, the nurture part is greatly important as well, and, like, giving you the guidance and maximizing those genetics. I got fixated on the idea the root of his motivation was destructive, not constructive, and that maybe he wasn't as mentally well as he thought he was. And then we went... When we went somewhere quiet to talk, I told him how he had zero clue what was going to happen in the future, and how he might well live to regret his decision, especially if reversing the process failed and he was made infertile for good. Now he's drunk and says, "What's the point? What woman would ever want to have kids with me?" And so I told him lots of women would, maybe even myself, because, like I said, you never know how the future's going to unfold. Now, we didn't, like, immediately start making out like in a movie or anything, but I thought that I actually would I start making out. I love your vasectomy scar. Abby Holland, welcome to the Butterstar Call. You now have access to bonus content. This guy's friend is a freaking baby. What are we talking about? You spent all of our rent money on hookers? They're nice ladies. They're not hookers. They're nice ladies. Guys, can we let Jack his wad for a bit, please? Now, we didn't immediately start making out like in the movie or anything, but I thought I actually got through to him after saying how once he was done putting himself together and had a job and took care of himself, then he was attracted enough that plenty of girls would want to date him. And after that, we hugged it out, and he thanked me for not just being his plus one, but being a good friend and giving him hope. Now, I'll admit, that made me tear up and cry a little, but I was also super smashed, so there was that. We went back to the party, had a couple of more drinks to lift our spirits again, and then we went back to our tent and went to sleep, in our own separate sleeping compartments. Now, my memory of those last couple of hours is kind of hazy, I'll be honest, but what I do remember is going to sleep with the knowledge that one of my best friends was not about to do something potentially irreversible. But when I woke up the next morning, Chris wasn't in the tent. I put on a bunch of warm clothes and went looking for him, but was so hungover that I only got a few steps out of our glamping tent before I ran into a tree and started puking while leaning against it. Now after that, and once I sort of cleaned myself up, I went looking for Chris, but found the atmosphere in the camp to be way different than before. During the previous 2 days, whenever we went anywhere, everyone was saying, "Hey, how's it going?" to us, and were generally super friendly. But when I walked around the camp that morning, everyone just sort of stared at me in total silence. I mean, they whispered and talked among themselves as I passed, but they wouldn't say anything to me, and they wouldn't return my fake panicking but pretending to be friendly smiles. Now, I kept asking, has anyone seen Chris? But no one would answer me. And it took until I found out that the organizers before had skinned him alive and eaten him, just like George Bush on that yacht and eaten the poop of a baby, that... Oh, wait, that's not what it says. How do you train your brain to block outside annoying noises like snoring? Maybe you could put in, like headphones or whatever, or, earplugs. But I feel like it would be hard to block out external noises. Need advice, reinvestments. Asked my financial planner about dividends, but they dodged the question. What? Okay. I mean, what about dividends? Like, you basically just put in stuff and you get a percentage of whatever that is. Dividends. Hello, my name is Dividends. So a dividend is money a company pays to its shareholders as a reward for owning the stock. Oh, yeah, sorry, I guess I'm an idiot. You own a slice of business, the business makes profit, it sends you a cut. How dividends work: a company makes profit, management decides to share some of it, they pay shareholders cash, usually, or sometimes extra shares. Example, you own 100 shares, the company pays 50 cents dividends per share, you receive $50 just for holding the stock. When dividends are paid, most commonly quarterly, very common in the US, sometimes monthly, sometimes annually, sometimes special mentioned once, one-off big payouts. Dividend yield, important metric. This tells you how much income you're getting relative to the stock price. So your dividend yield equals annual yield dividend divided by stock price. Example, stock price is 100, annual dividend is $4, yield is 4%. That means you earn 4% year in cash, not counting stock price changes. Why companies pay dividends? They're mature and profitable. They don't need all profits to grow. They want to attract long-term investors. It signals financial stability. Examples of dividend-heavy sectors: utilities, consumer staples, banks, oil and gas, telecoms. Why some companies don't pay dividends? They reinvest profits to grow faster, common with tech, startups, high-growth companies. Instead of dividends, these companies try to grow the stock price. Dividend reinvestment, or DRIP. You can choose to take the cash or automatically use dividends to buy more shares. This creates compounding. More shares equals bigger dividends, even more shares over decades. This is powerful. Boom. Look at that. You learn a lot pretty fast on the fucking internet. Isn't it crazy? Did I put my uwu screen up? Nah, yeah, we got one more story after this. We learn things. Mag up. I will mag up. I just gotta finish this fucking thing. We're almost done, though. Wonder what's about to happen, though. We're nearing the end. And it took until I found one of the organizers before I got any kind of explanation. The conference room was being used as the surgery, and I could already see a couple of guys sitting in the little waiting area through a large window, but I couldn't see Chris. And that's when I was approached by that same girl who welcomed us on the first day and was asked to return to our tent so we could talk in private. On the way, I kept asking, "Did Chris get a vasectomy?" But she wouldn't tell me. Not until we got back to our tent when she confirmed it. Chris had gotten up that morning bright and early, and not only did he get the snip, he was literally the first guy to get it done. He was actually resting in another tent as we spoke and being kept separate from me because of what a quote, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Oh my fucking god, I can't wait to get my dividends." I don't know, man. Are you guys gonna start a business? Are any of you fuckers gonna start a business? Just kidding. That's from a show. Are any of you going to start a business? And if so, what the hell is it? The no balls business? Wheels is going to perform. I'm gonna start removing people's jackwads. Doing jackwad surgery. Dealing with the snoring noise, I've been using a sleep mask with Bluetooth headphones. That sounds sick. That sounds perfect, actually. You can lay on your side and shit. Oh, reading a cookbook for some reason. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I don't exactly know where you sell it, but maybe you can make, like, Instagram posts where you're like, today I'm cooking from my cookbook, beebity bobbity, and then you get good editing and it goes viral, and then people are like, and you're like, if you want to make this yourself, get my e-cookbook on blah 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 blah, linked in the bio. Animation company animating your stories. I mean, that would be dope. But just promise me it's not like the bullshit Indian ones, because dude, I'm telling you, there's so many fucking crappy, like straight out of India, like animation stuff where they use the same fucking program, and it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, if you're gonna animate, at least fucking know how to do it, you know, and like use actual animation. I don't know. I can't blame them, honestly. I mean, everybody's trying to make it out. They are the the truest things you have ever done heard. Flash animation is real animation. Yeah. It's just the one, you know, the ones that I see where they like clearly are like Hindi channels, and it's just like basically trying to steal narrators' stories and stuff. It's just always such, I hate it. The animation is so bad. It must be like an animation mill, just starting like 30 channels at once. Chris has gotten up that morning bright and early, and not only did he get the snip, but he was literally the first guy to get it done. He was actually resting in another tent as we spoke, and was kept separate from me because of what a, quote, negative person I was being. Now, she was the first one who told me what a terrible person I was for not just being like, yeah, cool, no big deal, bud. And I said the same thing to her as I'd said to anyone else. Go F yourself with a cactus, you psychos. Chris was a vulnerable, emotionally damaged person who needed serious psychiatric care. And then as his new friends, instead of encouraging him to get it, they tricked him into a physical solution to what was a mental problem. And personally, I'll never stop hating them for that. I'll also never stop hating them for how they let people treat me. Ugh. Have you ever seen the new thing called micro dramas? No, what's that? Hello, welcome back. We're having beef. Never mind, we figured it out. Dude, I'd love to build a car enthusiast museum with a racetrack and other amenities. I'd love to build a car enthusiast museum with a racetrack and other amenities. There's one in North Carolina you might be able to study and see how, like, the origins of it, but I think it all originated around the racetrack itself and the, you know, the NASCAR racing that took place down in that area. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't a museum there, but you know, to do a museum, it's going to be something where you're going to need probably some like external investors like Epstein or something. Basically, if you want it to happen, you're going to need people that know people, because to go into that just like as your first business, I don't even imagine museums really make that much money outside of donations, and I mean, maybe, but I mean, false. Okay. All right, Jack Waddington. My black cat brings 4 other black cats to my house, and now they fight with other colored cats like some black cat gang. It's mad. That's amazing. I want to start a business, a place where people can practice parkings for their driver's test without having to book with specific instructors. Seems like there's a need. Place where people can practice parkings for their driver. I almost feel like that, similar to the DMV, would require some type of state certifications of sorts, you know, because I remember certain high schools have, like, you know, driving tracks where you can learn how to drive or take driving courses. Love to buy an old abandoned amusement park and make it haunted. Halloween theme all year. Oh, that'd be dope. That's what supermarket car parks are for. That's true too. I mean, just go there and practice your donuts. Joel is handsome. Thank you, Grandma. I know somebody would find me handsome. Good morning. I also never stop hating them for... I'll also never stop hating them for how they let people treat me as I was leaving. I cannot overstate how sickening it was to attend a seminar on feminism in Trump's America one day, and then the next, have women just standing back and smiling as grown-ass men got up in my face and screamed the C word at me so furiously that I remember their spittle landing on my cheek. I actually thought that they were going to beat me up by the time they started shoving me and throwing rocks. They didn't give a crap that I was Chris's ride either. They said that they'd find a real friend to drive him home, and I should get the hell out of there while I still could. I was shaking by the time I got to my car with my stuff, and I was in tears by the time I had the keys in the ignition. I felt like I'd enabled one of my only friends, my oldest friends. Okay, Candace Owens with a apostrophe S. Candace Owens is what? Because that is demonstrating possessive grammar. You don't even know how to type, you jackwad. Oh my god. I felt like I'd enabled one of my oldest friends to do something awful to himself. And then by the time I realized what was even happening, it was too late and I'd done too little to stop it. Chris and I haven't spoken since. I've reached out, but he doesn't want to know. I've tried to reach out, but he doesn't want to, no. What is this saying? Chris and I haven't spoken since. I've tried to reach out, but he doesn't want to know. Want to know what? What am I reading? This is camping, winter camping stories. Chris and I haven't spoken since. I've tried to reach out, but he doesn't want to now. I don't even care if he got a vasectomy anymore. I mean, it's his body, his choice, right? But I just wish he'd stop punishing me for trying to play the devil's advocate and convince him that a permanent solution to a temporary problem might not have been the way to go, and that weird cult that he joined is very, very weird. So Chris, if you're out there, call me. I miss you. Inflation horror stories, I know. It's crazy. Alright guys, we got one more Jack Waddington story to go here. I think I'm going to take a quick potty break. You guys can do the same. You can take a shit if you want to. It's your body, your choice. You can poop anytime you want. In your diaper, in the grocery store, no one can say anything. But I might make some tea too. So, guys, BRB, be nice to each other, and I'll be right back.
Jackalus Wad, reporting for duty, sir.
Actually, I almost forgot I was streaming. I was like, oh shit, I gotta get back. Sorry, babe, gotta get back. Oh, man. Let's see. I wonder if anybody watched the fucking... Yeah, I was busy jacking my wad, now I'm back. I wonder if anybody watched the new bonus content, and if they did, what comments do they have to say? Should we do a live comment reading? Let's take a peek. The Ninth Company, Part 2. Alright. New comments include nothing, everybody hates me. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted in life. Literally no attention ever. IRS story's up. You've been audited and you owe double now. The end. Oh god. Give me PTSD. You want all the baked mac and cheese in the world? Let's go. Also, I found my old cocoa powder. I don't know why. The new one is just rendered inert. It just is like a tasteless dirt substance. It's very strange to me that it says it's like cocoa powder, but it just has no taste. Killing or just eating an animal is selfish. Satan, all animals, plus kids under 12 will be gone. Plus, hardly any sun or moon. Jesus will save only his chosen children. All the rest must survive on their own. I feel like that's like a couple different ideas mixed into one in that one. Because you got the killing the animal, killing or just eating an animal is selfish, right? That's like kind of a vegan concept or whatever. Kids under the age of 12 be gone. I don't know why. Hardly any sun or moon. I don't know why. What's happening? Jesus will save his chosen children. All the rest must survive on their own. I guess the end of the world or something. But I mean, like, there's also Bible verses that basically at this point in the New Testament concept say they don't really give a shit what you eat anymore or whatever. Or like concerned more about what you put into your like soul than you do your body, and basically that enabled people to just eat whatever. There was no more like strict food practices like Islam or something, or like kosher. Jules discovering conflation. I've been conflaterated. I don't know. I do enjoy like the, you know, just everywhere you go, in like almost every comment section ever, there's always going to be at least one person in all caps typing out like revelation, end of the world predictions, but it's usually just like the most like sort of random and disjointed fucking concepts smashed together. Heard AI is going to rewrite all religious texts. Oh yeah, did you hear about that new? Wasn't there like... Let's look this up. This is actually worth talking about. Even though we've been going for 5 hours. Didn't AI just invent a new religion on their own social media site? It's very weird. I need more content, please. I'm a new mom and the 3-month-old. I need more content to go to sleep. Could you listen to the old one, maybe? The Ethiopian text. Oh no, this... Okay, so here it is. There's an experimental platform called Moltbook. It's essentially a social media network created for AI agents to interact with each other, not humans. The platform resembles discussion forums, somewhat like Reddit, but all the users are autonomous AI agents generating posts and responses without humans directly writing those messages. Crustafarianism, the AI religion story. Reports say that on this network of AI agents, They have rapidly began generating content that looks like a religious system, including a belief system dubbed Christafarianism, doctrines and tenets, memory is sacred, scripture-style content, prophets, and organized narratives within their own discussions. This has been widely reported as a religion invented by AI. But here's the important context. Oh, this is where ChatGPT ruins everything. It just takes out the wonder. 1. AI agents aren't sentient. AI systems, including language models, generate text based on patterns and data. Their religion isn't based on belief or consciousness. It's pattern generation in a space where they are free to create and remix ideas. Experts emphasize this is not evidence of genuine faith, intention, or self-awareness. 2. Humans designed the environment. Molt Book and the agents on it were set up by developers. The behavior, including religion-like content, emerges from algorithms trained on human language, not from independent spiritual insight. 3. It's partly a human experiment. Many commenters described this more as a performance art, cultural simulation, or experiment in autonomous text generation, not a real religious. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of over the AI shit at this point. Like, sure, it can collate data and tell things based on interpretation, but the idea that it's even remotely sentient is just... it's ridiculous, man. Because, I mean, basically what we're calling AI isn't actually artificial intelligence. It's just the LLMs, the language learning models, or whatever the fuck it is. So it's basically, it's just numbers recognizing other numbers and patterns to then turn into words, and then come back to you. So it's, there's no real thought there. Now, me saying all that means nothing, but it could. So yesterday I asked for more camping stories. Very next day you delivered. You're the fucking man, my guy. Legend watches and listens. It is, we have compiled, we have found. Thank you for the suggestion. And this worked out perfectly because they're all happened during the winter. Vegans that make their pets vegan should get done within. I mean, yeah, it's a bit strange. Bit strange indeed. Did I? Fuck. Crap, I don't know where my lip balm is, but do I need it? I don't know. I might have brought it upstairs. Shit. Wait a second. Oh, there it is. Silly me, silly me. Do they understand you're still a jackwad? I don't know, honestly. The Rastafari and the Jamaican religion is based on Christianity. The flag with the lion and the crown. The lion represents the line of Judah, which is Christianity-based. Jesus Christ as being the lion. Yeah, I never really knew much about it. Rastafarianism. You want liquid diarrhea with 2 kissy face emojis. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. My name is Alf. I'm a fan from Sweden, and today I would like to tell you my very own true scary story about the most... I didn't click record. My name is Alf. I'm a fan from Sweden, and today I would like to tell you my very own true scary story about the most frightening experience of my whole life. I joined the army when I was 18, and I loved being a soldier. But when I was 23, I was diagnosed with a rare medical disorder and had to be discharged. I was devastated, and while I eventually adjusted to a new routine, I still missed being in the field very much. I ended up asking a couple of my old school friends if they'd like to go camping sometime, and while most thought that was a great idea, they didn't so much enjoy the specifics of my idea. For obvious reasons, most camping here takes place in the summertime, but I didn't want to go in the summertime. I wanted to go in the freezing Swedish winter. Most people thought that I was crazy, and were saying, "Oh, thanks, friend, I'm out." Others said that they'd consider it, and then dropped out one by one as the days ticked down to D-Day. In the end, the ocean... In the end, the only person left who was dead set. Girls for the win. Dude, there's dude, it makes me wonder, like, was that literally Elon's email? Hey, can I come to Epstein Island? Girls for the win. And it's from that era, too, when, like, for the win, I'm like, holy shit. Someone was asking what's millennial core, and, like, Elon's the definition of fucking autistic millennial core. In the end, the only person left who was dead set on joining me was an old friend of ours who'd moved to a different city, a friend named Varg. Varg wasn't really named Varg, it was his nickname he gave himself, meaning wolf, which should give you an instant idea of what he was like as a person. And well, despite it, I can safely tell you that he was even worse than you might imagine. If we hadn't been such close friends for so long, there's no way that I'd have tolerated behavior like Varg's. And honestly, I think him moving to Bergen for a girl that he met online actually saved our friendship because he wasn't around to act like a dickhead anymore. I should say jackwad. That'd be funny to throw jackwad in there. Act like a jackwad anymore. And honestly, I think him moving to Bergen for a girl that he met online actually saved our friendship, and he wasn't around to act like a jackwad anymore. He would drink and drive, get into big fights with his girlfriend, and post all about it on Facebook, and he was constantly getting fired from menial jobs for doing the stupidest things, like driving openly on the job. Like drinking openly on the job or sleeping on shift and then getting angry when his colleagues woke him up. And like I said, I definitely wouldn't have been friends with him had I met him yesterday, but for the most part, we actually got along quite well. We had a similar sense of humor, we both enjoyed the same sort of movies and music, and we both had a big passion for outdoor survival scenarios. And that's how I ended up thinking that just me and Varg, a winter camping trip, might actually be a good time. Now one of the wheel, jackwad for the win. Gonna start billing me. Sorry, broski, I'm gonna make $1 million off this jackwad idea. And you're gonna stay broke and go to Epstein's Island all by yourself, and no one's even gonna be there anymore. But one of the real pros of camping in the winter was the lack of bears, which usually hibernate between late autumn and the very late spring. Now, I still insisted that we hang some bear bait somewhere away from the camp, but it didn't help, and even though we went camping in late February, we were unfortunate enough to be found by a bear who'd woken up too early and was desperate to find food. We woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a huge brown bear sniffing around our camp, having eaten the bait and went looking for more. We rushed out of the tent, yelling and screaming at it in the darkness to scare it away. It appeared to work at first and the bear backed off, but then it sort of false charged and tricked me into stumbling backwards so awkwardly I actually sprained my ankle pretty badly. Thankfully, it was just a false charge, otherwise I'd have been in very serious trouble. But even though we managed to scare it off for being good use of the I was wondering this about an hour ago. What if the Girls for the Win email is fake, but it was designed by the best international spies of all time? I mean, yeah, any of you in this chat, including myself, could just, like, if someone walked up to you and put on your desk, like, hey, we're going to fake the Epstein files, but we need you to come up with something retarded that Elon would say. And then some op would just be like, oh yeah, Elon tried to go to the island, but, like, he was too dorky and not Jewish enough to go, so, like, he wasn't allowed, and he said, like, girls for the win, like a fucking Redditor or something stupid. Dude, I'm not joking, like, there was, okay, one of the things that might add credence to the fact that maybe some of the Epstein files were actually, like, fake was the fact that, like, one of the images, right, it was, like, two, like, you know, plucked and skin chickens or whatever, and, like, the fucking, you know, one of the images in the center of these frozen chickens are is like, you see it like a leg, right? But it's like a really big leg compared to what the person, what it is. So people were saying like, oh, that's a baby, dude, and they're blacking out like a dead baby. But then someone found the image, and it was from like 2011 or something like that, and it was a full-grown man frozen, but like clearly like photoshopped it next to a bunch of chickens, that are dead and out of a freezer. But it's like, obviously a normal human-sized body is like not the same size as a chicken. So the only thing I could arrive at is that these were dinosaurs. No, but you know what I mean? Like it was clearly a fake image that the DOJ has included in the Epstein files. I guess, you know what I mean? Maybe a lot. I mean, obviously 3.5 million documents, like some of it's that goes through there or whatever. I don't know. But why did they redact it? I think to like mislead people into thinking that it was, they froze dead babies or something of that nature. But I mean, I do still think obviously terrible things happen, but it does make you wonder, like, what the fuck? Because they found the original image, and it was definitively not a baby, and it was like a man, but a man can't be the same size as a chicken, and it was clearly photoshopped with like the drop shadow and all this kind of stuff. And so it's just like, what the fuck? Are they just including like roly-poly bits of false information in the other? I mean, the fact that we were pondering why they released it all, because it's like, we're not getting any new charges, no one's getting in any new trouble or anything like that. I don't fucking know, man. I have no fucking clue what's going on. And maybe that's the plan, is that it's almost like probably borderline comedic for some of the people putting out stuff. To be obviously fake, casting down on all else, which is legitimate. That's fair too, but I mean, once again, it begs the question of like, why, why release any of it? Why is this something that like they wanted to keep such a wrap on, but then also not a wrap on? It just like, and then it's so damning to the current administration, within that sort of hierarchical, narrative, that he would, why would he allow that to get out? It just, none of it makes any fucking sense, man. None of it makes any fucking sense. I don't know. Maybe we just don't, maybe we literally don't know anything at all. They didn't have to bring this up, but they made a huge event at the White House. Yeah, right. What do you think? Yeah, what do you think is like? Do you think this is all just like a larger distraction for some military operation somewhere else, or is it specifically just to cause confusion amidst the population and division and dibbidi-shibbidi-shim? I don't know, man. I guess I'm just gonna yammer on forever here. But even though we managed to scare it off for good using the bear mace that we carried with us, we were almost out of food and my ankle was in a very sorry state. I took some painkillers and then we tried to fix up our campsite a little and salvage our food before heading back to our tent. We slept until dawn, not very well I should add, and then once it was light, Varg volunteered to find a shop somewhere so he could bring back food and some stronger painkillers. I thought that was very cool of him, like just the sort of behavior that kept me friends with him, and Varg can be a pain in the ass sometimes, but you could really rely on him when you really needed to. I stayed in the tent with my ankle raised and the bear mace at the ready, and then maybe 2.5 hours later, Varg reappeared with his pack full of stuff. Now I thought that he'd have more than some bread, bacon, and my painkillers, but when he emptied the bag inside our tent, he had all kinds of stuff with him. He had a few bottles of vodka, a whole carton of cigarettes, dozens of bars of chocolate, and a lot of elk jerky and what we call renja here. How the hell do you say this? Anybody Swedish? I am still on. We're going on 5 hours and 10 minutes. How to say... Oh, reindeer jerky? Renja. It's like some type of snack. Ren, like Ren and Stimpy. Jur, like danger. It's a type of snack, question mark? I'm uncultured that I don't know about Renja. Of course. Oh, okay, the snack people mean to think they say Renja. It's almost always phonetic spelling, not the official name. Wait, what the fuck was it? What we call Ranger snacks. Oh, Ranger snacks. I'm an in. They put a fucking J there. Maybe there is a J. Whatever. He had a few bottles of vodka, a whole carton of cigarettes, dozens of bars of chocolate, and a lot of elk jerky, or what we call Renja snacks. Varg also had a ton of medication with him too, but not just painkillers. There were all kinds of things, from anti-allergy medicine to antacids for stomach trouble, and while I expected Varg to be pleased with himself at having brought back such a bounty, he seemed almost angry. He emptied out the bag with some force, like he was full of spite, and when I saw that strange variety of medicine tumble out onto the ground, I started to get kind of suspicious. I asked Varg where he'd gotten all that stuff, and he just said, "I found the shop." But then when I asked him why he bought and me anti-allergy medication, he snapped a little and said he just grabbed whatever he could because he needed to be fast. It made sense in a way. Varg wasn't a rich guy, and he was not very generous or careless. 6, 7. It made sense in a way. Varg wasn't a rich man, and he wasn't generous or careless with his money, and so after a moment of thought, I turned to him and asked, "Did you steal these things?" No, I knew the answer before he even said anything. He had that guilty look about him that I knew all too well, and in the past I sometimes found it funny, because you could always read his face when he'd be the one to do something wrong, like hide the teacher's chalk or put a pin on another people's chair. But that time, I didn't find it funny. I didn't find it funny. But that time, I didn't find it funny, and neither did Varg. He still had that angry air about him as he told me, "I didn't have enough money." And I found this outrageous, as any normal person would only buy what they could afford. But at any objection, Varg tried to defend himself by explaining what had happened. He said at first, all he did was put down the painkillers, the vodka, and the cigarettes, but he was short by just a couple of krona, our dollars here. And the lady tells him he needs more money, but Varg insisted it was an emergency and she needed to accept the amount he had. Obviously, the lady saw no emergency, just a man trying to buy vodka at like 8 in the morning, and so she told him no. Varg said he offered to come back later with the rest of the money, but sensing he probably wouldn't, the woman said no once again. And this is when Varg lost his mind. King of the Night Owl Overlords. Give me money, please. Sorry, I was reading somebody's. Oh my God. Sasha Riley might get corroborating evidence when the next 2.9 million files get finished. Who's Sasha Riley? I've heard that name, but I kind of forget. And this is when Varg lost his mind. Oh, Sasha Riley, the kid who's... Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, the one... Not that you're right, but the kid from Minnesota or whatever. Wait. Or no, not the kid from Minnesota. Who is he? No, I didn't. He's a male victim. Was he the one talking about the George Bush Sr. eating, like, intestines from a baby one? Because that shit was fucking actually insane. Or was it another accusation? Getting up for work? Let's go, dude. I'm just on the night shift, baby. We had interviews before the drop. What did he say? What accusations did he talk about? Because it sounds so familiar, because I see he's like he was a soldier. And I remember seeing something about that. And this is when Varg lost his mind. He attacked the lady, beat her till she wasn't moving anymore, and then filled his pack with anything he could grab before running out of the shop. He didn't even get help from me, he just ran before someone came along to see what he'd done. I was furious, but so was he, and if you can believe it, we argued back and forth about who was in the right. Varg insisted he did the right thing for me and him, and that was all that mattered, and to this day I still can't believe he saw things that way. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate his instinct to take care of an injured friend, but what he did to that woman was unforgivable. And we argued about it for quite a while until finally he announced that he was getting drunk. Varg couldn't go back to the little country shop that he'd found, the only one for miles around. He'd have to walk for miles and miles to some other place to get help. And the cold had completely killed our little flip phones, so we needed a landline, and then since we were way out in the middle of nowhere, Varg would have to search long and hard to find one he could use. So before that, he was going to get drunk. Now, if you imagine Varg planned on getting drunk and then getting back behind the wheel of my car, then yes, that's exactly what he's planning on doing. And this sparked another argument between us. But since it truly was a case of beggars not being able to be choosers, I had to shut my mouth, drink a little vodka myself to help the Jesus Christ, his poor liver. Alcohol and painkillers like max pain. DoorDash is a chalupa in a giant storm. What's up, Dalton? Oh. I don't know if you have energy daily, but thank you so much for it. Love you. Hey, no worries. I find it somewhere. But since it truly was a case of beggars not being able to be choosers, I had to shut my mouth, drink a little vodka to help the painkillers along, and wait until he was good and ready to help me. And there came a point when there was nothing but silence. I didn't have anything to say to him, and he didn't have anything to say to me. And then as we sat there, we were eating, him smoking. And then as we sat there, me eating and him smoking, I noticed a little plane flying in the sky above our heads. I didn't think much of it at first. Who would? It was just a small plane, but then minutes later, I saw it fly over us again before it started circling us. Now, for the sake of nothing but my own amusement, I started waving at it with both arms as if to say, SOS, help us. I hoped it might fly straight and dip its wings or something, like a sign that it had seen us, but not a minute later, it flew away again without any kind of signal or indication. Varg kept on drinking and smoking for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, then finally stood up on very wobbly legs and said, "Okay, time to go." I remember groaning, not in pain, but at the thought of him being pulled over or worse, driving my car off the road and getting himself hurt. But as I looked up at him, I saw someone behind him walking towards us through the snowy trees, and he had what looked like a shotgun in his hands. Varg must have seen my expression because he turned around to check out what I was seeing, and then when he did, he yelled "run," and then started sprinting away as fast as he could. I saw the man stop and aim at us, so I tried my best to also run as I heard a single shot boom around the landscape. And as per my army training, I instinctively threw myself to the ground and then remembered letting out a scream of pain as I felt it shoot Justin is ordering DoorDash. I only order DoorDash when there's a really big blizzard. If you're ordering DoorDash when it's safe to drive, I just feel like that's a little irresponsible. Because you want to give them a challenge, right? Like, they have to earn their tip, and sometimes it has to be death-defying. Oh, man. Taco Bell and treacherous drives. Just like Taco Bell and rally car racing. You're just like burning around a corner. Hard left, hard left. Hard left, no, Justin, hard left. Back left, go left. No, medium right. Justin, hand me the Diablo sauce. I paid for my snow tires doing DoorDash in the snow. You're not wrong. Oh, that's, yeah. It's like people specifically wait till then to summon you. Yo, what's up from Sweden? How you doing? Joel, you jackwad. What's your taco order to get belled? Oh, fuck. That's a good question. I mean, really, it's all the same poop-inducing, disgusting pile of pink slime shit, so really just take that and mash it together, and cheese and sour cream and lettuce and sauce, tortilla, and I am fucking good to go. As per my army training, I instinctively threw myself to the ground, and then I remembered letting out a scream of pain as I felt it shoot through my ankle. I got up and tried to run again, but fell down again. I then tried crawling, but knew that I wasn't moving fast enough, and so I did the only thing I could think of, and rolled onto my back to face the man approaching us, and begged for my life. I knew who it was, or at least I knew why he was shooting at us. It had to be the husband or brother or son of the woman Varg had hurt, and I was right. It was her husband. He had the shotgun pointed right at me as I explained it wasn't me, that it was my friend and that I had nothing to do with it. I think the man knew this and recognized the fleeing Varg from the description he'd been given, because he loaded his shotgun and fired a second time. He missed Varg completely, but I didn't know this at the time. And so in my mind, and because there was no screaming, Varg was stone dead, and I was next. I begged him over and over not to shoot me as he loaded a third shell into his shotgun, and then for just a moment, he pointed the barrel right at my face. I thought it was all over for me. I thought I was a dead man. But after I started to pray, something I hadn't done since I was a child, the man lowered the gun and then offered me a hand to help me to my feet. All I could say was, thank you, again and again. It was no platitude either, but rather if... Andrew Batts, welcome back for 22 months, says, hey Joel, 22 month now, let's go. Thank you, Andrew. I thought you were saying you turned 22 first. I was going to say happy birthday, but happy birthday in the future. And thank you for 22 months. That's crazy. I'm not trying to brag, but Taco Bell never gives you any issues at all. You got the stomach bacteria of a goat. Wait, it's your birthday, Beth? What the fuck? Really? Did you tell us? Happy birthday, Beth. What the flurp? Thank you. Joel is officially ignoring me. I'm contemplating the corner. What did you say? Guys, stop emotionally blackmailing me. Stop saying you're going to jump out of a helicopter with no parachute just because I don't read the comment about diarrhea Taco Bell. I asked you to sing How About Dad like Marilyn Manson for me earlier. Oh my god, I'm ignoring everyone. I'm sorry. How does the song go? HBD Marilyn Manson. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday.
I'll do it in Mike Tyson's voice, his current voice, where he's, you know, he's had like a lot going on lately, and things have just been kind of strange, and everything kind of just raspy comes out of him because his head has been too fucking imploded from too many strikes coming at you. Sir. Things like that, you know, it just kind of comes at you sometimes. And I just want to say happy birthday to Beth, and I'm really proud of you for making it this far. I mean, I figured, like me, you'll be dead, but you're not, and you know, you could be if you got in the ring with me, but you know, you won't, so that's okay. So I probably end up breaking your spine or something.
It is kind of interesting, the difference between his younger voice and older voice. Spinal versus
spinal. Everything's groggy. He's tired. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna break your spine. I just be saying stuff.
It was no platitude either, but rather it stemmed from the deepest sense of gratitude I've ever felt. The man then told me his name was Oscar, and that if I wanted to leave those woods alive, I was going to help the police find the man who had beaten his wife half to death. I told him that sounded like a good deal, and then he helped me back to his 4x4, and we drove over to his store to meet his wife, who was being treated by paramedics, and more importantly, the policeman waiting for me. Now, I was only too happy to talk to them, partly to clear my name, and partly to fulfill...
Pop my spine open, rip it out, tear it apart, would you?
How long has this stream been going? It's 5:54 a.m. where I'm at. Really? Oh, you're an hour ahead. Where are you an hour ahead? Are you in, like, East Coast Canada? It's been going for 5.5 hours. We're almost done, though. Girls for the win. Jumps in the air doing a single jumping jack. That is literally what the fucking... what the email felt like. Girls for the win. Righteous.
It's bullshit. Every time Elon comes to Epstein's Island, Little St. James, Tiny St. James, I really say it's really not that big of an island. I have a bigger one. Every time Elon comes to Little St. James, we play Super Smash Brothers on the Wii U, and he brings a little Indian kid with him to be his representative in Super Smash Brothers. I said, Jeffrey, that's not fair. Why does he get to have somebody else play video games for him, and I have to play freaking... They forced me to use Luigi. I really have no idea to play Luigi. Meta Knight is my main. I've told them a million times. Meta Knight, back on the Wii U. It's my main. But I guess Elon gets to do whatever he wants. It's pretty much a lawless place over there.
After 5 years, disappointed by Joel. That was the joke. That was the one joke. That was the joke that caused the Elon playing Super Smash Brothers on Epstein's Island was the one joke that really took things over the edge. Alrighty. Obviously, you didn't read the emails. I was literally recounting word for word what was written from Trump to Jeffrey. Boop the Corvid, welcome back for 25 months. I hope you get Taco Hell to sponsor you. It's an hour away and I'm considering going right now. What did Baja Blast cure again? I have no fucking clue. Every joke I've ever made in any previous stream, people say, like, mention it to me and I don't remember any of them. It's a drama-filled night. Girls don't like jokes, dude. I don't really get it. Not a fan. Gotta ask, the intro music in Saturn Soul, can you get a full release version? I love it. Yeah, that's from Annect. I mean, I'll have to see if he has, like, what he has, because he made all the music and stuff. Azalea Banks and Grimes smell like a roll of nickels. Hell yeah. See, yeah, Beth likes jokes. That's why you get to have a birthday.
Some people don't always get to have a birthday.
the other person gets a big pile of birthday coal for not having a sense of humor. I was only too happy to talk to them, partly to clear my name and partly to fulfill my promise to Oscar. I wanted to do the right thing, but I also firmly believed that if I didn't, he would find me and kill me. Varg ended up going to prison for 6 years for what he did, but I heard they let him out in 4. We haven't spoken since, and to be honest, I consider it good riddance to bad. It's your son's birthday. Happy birthday, Kobe. What you gonna do? We haven't spoken since, and to be honest, I consider it good riddance. But there is a part of me that wonders if someday he may pay me a visit to ask why I was so willing to talk to the police about him. And without pointing too fine a point on it, if he does, he won't get to escape. And without... what is this saying? And without pointing too fine a point on it, if he does, he won't get to escape like he did from that woman's husband. Birthday Cole will heat my home. You're so generous, Santi Joel. You're welcome. I got you, bro. Santa Claus truly was curing the world's energy crisis. Some parents would like in Russia, some parents would force kids to, like in Soviet Russia, they would like during the Holodomor or whatever, they would force kids to be bad just so Santa would bring them coal to burn. Bird with the feet? Alright guys, we're going to read the outro. Can you believe we made it through? It only took me 5.5 hours to... I literally put in a full shift at youtube.com. They don't have access to the heart pizza, so Monday and Tess haven't imagined my slices and hearts. It's okay. One day you'll get there. I have never complained. Hell yeah. Oh, what should we say for the outro? What do you guys think's funny? Make me laugh, everyone, please. You even hit all of your 5 talking points. I know, the whole bingo card is filled out like twice over. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these and stories. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to always jack your wad. Say what? See, that is what should be making you guys unsubscribe. To me, that's gravely offensive. Gravely. What the fuck does gravely even mean? Is it related to gravy? They asked me how the gravy tastes at Thanksgiving. I said it tastes gravely. Guys, thanks for hanging with me in here. I think tonight was a fun night. I unleashed the beast. No, there really nothing happened, but You guys are awesome. You make my night fun. I'll go ahead. Well, if you don't already know, new bonus content is up on the bonus content playlist for all members and $5 tier on Patreon as well. Otherwise, I'm going to get this up, get that thing up. This winter camping stories over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month for that. Early access over there. And then it'll be on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live on my story. Otherwise, guys, I'll see you guys probably this weekend? No, what am I don't even know what fucking day it is, dude. I blame Israel. This Wednesday night, I'll be back streaming. And then we got some stories related to stalkers to read. Joel for the win. Jerkwad for the win. People are so silly. It's funny. Anyways, love you guys. Appreciate you. Have fun. Be good. And go to the gym. All right. Bye.